Good evening and welcome. Here we are. We are back here on a Sunday evening. Yes, not Saturday. That was yesterday. Sunday evening with some Factorio. So I hope you are ready for it. What a day it has been. So maybe you noticed. Just started uploading my first short. I had, with so many other things that you intentions, right? There's so many things that I just have intentions of doing, and you know it from your job or your hobbies or anything like that as well. Then you want to do this, but you just need that kick in the ass to actually get it done. And today, since that's the first day I did not have any Factorio versus Megabase to do, then I actually for the first time had time to actually do a little fun project for myself. And would you believe it? My video editing software cannot export in in portrait or square format. It just doesn't allow that. Isn't that absolutely absurd? And the official solution is export it, use the third-party software to cut off the sides. Okay. So yeah, so I had to spend like the all afternoon learning about my hopeless software and the limitations and all that, all for a damn 40-second video. But that was what those are the kind of things that I just didn't. Oh, let's just turn off the sound. The music in the background. There we go. That's just the kind of thing that I just did not have time to do before that. So yeah. Jeterium, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub for 18 months. That's 2 Twitch babies. Yeah, I'm very surprised by many software designs. That's true. There's always like something weird. All right, this is great. We can now see if there are any moderators in chat. Nope, we need more moderators. Hey, ASCII, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime Gaming. Twitch Prime or Prime Gaming. It says Prime Gaming, but we all know it's Twitch Prime. All right, so today, do we not have moderators in chat? Oh no, they broke my mod right before I started, and then now they're back in the coding dungeon, and I locked away the keys. I locked the door and threw away the key until that's fixed. So we're playing locally today. Godnate, thank you for the 13 months. All right, relax there, relax. Don't want to trigger a train now. Now, wait a minute. Don't want to trigger a train before we even get started. That's always horrible. Yeah, so let's dive into the game. Here we are. All right, now this says to stop. And the moderators, please delete everything that is not in English. Urgently. I'm going to need more moderators. I don't want to deal with that crap. And it might be well-meaning, but I can't have it in my game. In my chat. And don't care. Next one does it will be banned. That's it. You know full well don't write in Russian in chat or any other obscure language. If you accidentally write in Danish because you think that's okay to write to a Danish streamer in Danish, then all right, fine. But you know that. You know that. Everyone else should know that. You don't just write in whatever local language you have to someone who clearly does not speak that language. That is super impolite. So, now that out of the way, we are going to, yeah. What are we going to do today? Well, for how to test the throughput of the intersection with trains. I think, Kotlik, if you want to do that, then I would recommend that you try on Discord to ping Ross Partisan, because he's done some extensive testing on roundabouts and stuff like that. So he knows exactly how to do that. He came to me and said, I have this optimized and it's like 56 per minute. And I was like, okay, so I guess you tested it for 56 per minute. So it's, yeah, so he definitely know it. Dedicate an entire system to making promises, since you can only make them as fast as you can mine the resources. Yeah, we just yesterday, yes, hello Vichu. Wakey wakey. English is mod only? Yeah, well. Yeah, I built, what was it, only 90 processors per second, but then it's still something, right? It's still something. Okay, let's just try to get a sense of where we are on this base and what we are. First of all, I have added this hype train down here. That is for Cyclops. And up here I added, just because that's new, Donnie, who got a hype train yesterday on my little bonus stream right there. Yep. So what we built last time is this monstrosity. 6 trains, 48 wagons, and then 6 trains more, all heading in the same direction. Right, so I'm actually still debating whether I should do single-headed or double-headed trains, because honestly, okay, let's just dive into it and then figure out exactly how we want to have it work, right? We're gonna find some place for just doing some testing. Maybe we do some testing down here. Yes, let me run in between trains here. Woo! And I see something has happened on Patreon.
More shall gather.
And that was you.
More shall enter the fray.
De Vries. Servet De Vries. Thank you for becoming a new patron, a new Templar of the Path. And I will immediately make sure that you get turned into a VIP here. What is the GS for? There. Thank you so much. Also, there is another patron who pledged like an hour ago, but did not add a patron name, or sorry, a Discord name. So I don't know who it is, and so I can't be screaming and being super excited about it. Let me just check here. Yes, there. Well, I can't be super excited about it, so thank you. Another one. Graphics and sound. Probably. Yeah, look at that. Falcon. It is a thing. What is a thing? What did Falcon say? Just wondering why direct mining into Trek is a thing. Doesn't it get annoying when the ore runs out? Oh yes, absolutely. It's super annoying and it's super ineffectual. The only reason you'd want to do it is because you want to have a few moving parts as possible. And this is the least amount of parts you have moving in order to feed things in. But yes, in 17,000 it's going to be horrible because this one will not be able to keep up, and then I'll have to deconstruct this one and just get another one, and eventually over time I'll have to sort of roll all of them over, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare. But there is one purpose, and that purpose is if you want to build big, you have to minimize the number of entities, and just filling a giant area with miners is not good. JLev, no. Do you see I'm playing Factorio? If I play Factorio, I cannot play Dyson Sphere. And a new season. Why are you talking a new session? I'm streaming it Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Those are the days I'm streaming Dyson Sphere. And then you never know about sort of random bonus streams and such. But Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays, those are my Factorio days. And they always will be. Oh, you are no longer connected. Okay, that was a mistake then. Can I go up here and build these? Yeah, so I of course have to make sure that I delete it from up here, and I can see that one is also giving us issues. I don't want the roboports here anymore. Hey, Duck Greedy, first time catching a stream, but enjoying your YouTube videos. Keep it up. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time to get on over here and sharing the appreciation. Your appreciation is appreciated. Huh? How about that? Yeah. And let's see. So now I can take... Oh, I can just here go further away. That can go out. And then once this is out... There. Then I can take this out. And then I can take this one out. Not the last one. That has to be sort of... super annoying that I have to do this, but you know, that's how it is. Okay, what are we going to do? We are going to do a little test sample thing for our science facility. So if I have... I don't have it, but let's pretend that I have it. I'm going to get some science facilities in here. Did we have... Yep. It's a very flat Dyson sphere, if that's any consolation. This is excellent, and I need to go back to get some... Dyson Square. This is Dyson Square. Where is it? Ah, so damn far away. Run, 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 run. Maybe I should have taken the train because I also need to go back and all this just to go in here to get some. You know, we're just gonna make it a bit closer. We're gonna do a little test thing up here. Okay. Oh, I don't want 40 of these. I barely want 12. I don't even want 12. Spider time delivery? Yeah, we could do that. But currently it's full of all sorts of other crap. But I think that it's also a good idea we came up with, that we can use this for power, for refueling right here, and then build a little Roboport network around it, which means I have to remove the existing Roboport network, which is what we do now. There, that's as much as we can just take out right now. Do I have this? Nope, not yet. This one has a lot of nuclear fuel. Alright, there we go. Cool. What are you coming in with all sorts of weird things? Didn't I say I did not want that? I did. So stop bringing it into me. There. Alright, that should be fine. Also, that's an abnormal number of 16 is probably what I want. And this one could be 4. 5 maybe. Alright. Okay, let's start. This will be a science facility. It's probably not going to look like this, but I'm going to have it here, and then I'm going to bring a train in. And now I'm already seeing that we have issues. So I can bring it in from top and bottom and the sides if I really want to. Yeah, no, I can't bring it in from the sides. That's not an option, because if I bring it in from the sides, then I have to make sure that it's 48 lanes wide. The intention is that I will need to make this part. Let's build a train. Up here, this will be a science train. So this one comes in with some science. And the intention is, and this is actually going to be pretty bad. Ooh, this is... I have to make sure that these are aligned. You can only do it like this one, and this one, and this one. Alright, so does that make sense? Because a train comes in here and it needs to unload, and then it needs to be able to unload directly into this. That means I need to make sure that I have beacons around, and that's going to be really interesting. I am not going to be able to do 12. That's, I guess this is as good as we can make it. Right? Yeah, because if I do this, it'll look like it's better. This one will get here. So this one is affected by 14 sources plus it's 14? 14? Why 14? 12 plus 2. Yes, that's 14. But the thing is, this is not tileable. That's the problem. So it has to be tileable by 7, which means this is the closest I can make it, and this one is tileable, which means I lose 2 beacons. That could potentially be a big deal. And that's not even counting how the hell am I going to get things in here. I mean, that's 1. That's not 1 more. I don't even know how to get things in here. Move the tile one right. Exactly what is that gonna do? Hey, Joe Kip. Make it tileable by 2 labs. I have to make sure that I consume that it can be tileable by 2 labs, sure, but it has to be. They have to have the same beacons. Logic bots for science? Nope, definitely not. They are incredibly inaccurate. They will fill up the first ones and completely ignore the last one. Plus, it limits how big I can build it because they can't reach all the way down. So no, definitely not. Edit. Can't even reach all the way. Just thinking if there's some other way we could. Like if this one was shifted 1 over and this one was shifted 1 over, then I'd also have the opportunity to do that one. Flip, I think. Yes. So that's something. And I can see that it's not actually reaching, so it has to jump here as well. So this will allow us to do 1, 2, 1, 2. Haven't one. Oh, right. Actually, this. I can make one. Yeah, I can make one more space. That's good. We can do that. Let me think. I can just take this one up. It's gonna mess up all sorts of other things, but at least this one is okay. What does that do for us? Does it do anything? It gives us slightly more space. I'm gonna take this out. How many labs do I need? That if this is gonna be the pattern, then I have no idea. That's another thing we need to find out. And I'm gonna need to get some power up here, because that's gonna be intolerable to look at all that blinking thing. Let's get that one, and over here. And then it'll be here, and per minute, no. And then I'll just turn it up. $63. Down that way. I think. No, that's, yeah, well, maybe. What about horizontal as well? The problem is with horizontal is that I have trains, my trains are 48 long, so just kind of, if I flip them, then they're also going to be very big for, yeah, 46 for culture, yes. That also begs the other question, does it tile on the 46? No, it doesn't, because it doesn't tile that way either. No, that's not it. That's just the size of it. It's not even fast. It's not even close to fast enough.
Our
hey,
champion returns. Welcome home.
Munchtaler. Thank you for the 7 months. I have no idea how that. Just an internet still acting up. I don't know. Less so yet. They have 0.1 drop frames, so it's 124 frames. Probably not anyone can notice that yet. Thank you, Ashish. This is not really super easy. All right, let me just reiterate the design constraints. Design constraints are the fact that they have to be 7 tileable on a 7 tile wide, because that's the width of a train. Each train will come in here. I'll have multiple trains up here, and they will just merge into some belts. So I should have all 6 belts coming in here, or all 3 belts. 3 full belts, 6 half belts of going in. Whee! It's looking awesome. Little place for power. Don't care about power. That's the easiest thing. We can always get that. So right now I just put it out here. Leaving out military. I'm absolutely leaving out military. I've killed the biters with a command, so no need to deal with military. And that's the last thing you heard from me before there was a military coup. I did not need I don't need the military, so I cut the expenses of military. Unfortunately, there seems to have been a problem with the last elections, so we, the military, have seized control of the democratic elected government as a precaution. We promise we'll give power back in a pseudo-legal vote in a year's time, maybe. But by then we've consolidated our power, and it's not really... Everyone will have forgotten about it. So yeah, we don't need no military. Are you going to play Satisfactory later in future? Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, so it's... The only way I can do that is by taking one more out here. I don't think I can find any way to do this. I mean, I'm like, can I use this for something? Oh, I could perhaps. What if I did that? Ah, that means I could actually get one in here. Look at us being clever. Ha! And it was me and not you that got it. Wasn't it? Yeah. But that's not actually good enough, is it? I don't think that works. It's not tileable, is it? No, it's not tileable. Damn it. Good idea, though. They can't be 2 aside. It has to be this one, right? So I can lift one this way. I can't shift the other one then. Yeah. Long inserter. No. This one is asymmetric. Why is there so much space between these two? This is not correct. One. This one should be here. No? How the hell did I make it so wrong? This pattern has to fit, right? Let me just check here. Yes, so they are overlapping. Good. So this is the correct pattern, and then this is the part I have to figure out if I can do anything with. I'm gonna leave these here, just so we don't get into sort of thinking about that yet. The point being that this one could be shifted there. That's not a problem, right? But that one cannot be shifted away. It can only be shifted closer. So there is no way. Hello, Chemical. Yeah, we are currently. I'm not sacrificing beacons at this point. So if I have to sacrifice beacons, then we'll get to it. I just want to make absolutely sure that there is no way before I start just sacrificing beacons. You need 640 labs with productivity 2.23 and plus 11 beacons. Yeah, good. But it's also only going to be half science pack size here, so it's not really. I do know that it's not doesn't have to be particularly big here. That one has to be here. So this one I like, but I do need that one kink there. Move the middle beacon on the y-axis one tile left and right, and make the labs tileable by 15 tiles. Yeah, that's okay. Let's try that. Let's keep this around and then go with some other thing over here. So we repeat it. Okay, so let's see. This I'm gonna get that one, and that one, right? So these are the train intersections that I have to align with. So these two cannot move, but I could move the stuff inbound. So basically saying, could this be an option? Something like this. Would that be an option? So it still tiles. This one's fixed, this one's fixed, but in here we do some, let's call them shenanigans. And then go down here. I like it. I like it. That's gonna be don't know. All right, I'll do it. This one goes in here and no. Yes, so that's 2. And then yep. No, I can't compress it anymore, so it has to be up here. And can I do the same thing on this side? I think I can. And I just somehow have to reverse it. Here. All right. Hello, rock around. Hey, Chris. Good evening. Substations are not really a problem, right? Substation can be here, and then we'll have to sort of figure out if we can just how it tiles. I like this one. It's a good suggestion. And it tiles by 2, and these two are connected. They're close enough, and they will cover exactly everything. No, it's not. What is not? So many belts. This is not good for UPS. No, you're wrong. Belts are fine. These are going to be full belts all the time. They're going to be close to full. Belts are fine. Full belts are fine, and they will be fine. Good thing Keepy goes on track with that one. Not full belts after the first lap. Actually, they will, because the consumption will be much lower. So as soon as it picks up, it'll fill it back up. So there will not be like a constant stream of long belts that are half full. Hello, Torello. Good evening. Do you know the game Little Big Workshop? Nope. It's a management farming game. I can't remember what it is. Are 12 beacons affecting the lab? Nope. There are only 11 beacons. There cannot be 12 beacons with this setup. So there's 11. This is an 11 beacon setup. Unfortunately, but that's just the compromise we have to do. The things we do for love and our love of symmetry. Little Big Workshop, I think someone have said it when it was new and got like, ooh, and I was like, no. Games have to have a certain, I can't remember specifically, but I remember it as a very small game. Sort of like, it has to have a lot of depth in order for me. Okay, so I feel that my strength is not in the first 5 hours of a game. It's not in the first 50 hours of a game. It's beyond the 500 hours of the game. So that's when when things sort of, all the mechanics are known, and it's just about sort of how do you piece things together in new and innovative ways. That's where I have my strength. So learning a new game, and if it turns out it doesn't have that much depth, then not really. Burn through. Okay. All right. I like this. Is there anyone who does not like it? And if so, speak up now or forever hold your silence. Use 12 beacons. I can't use 12 beacons. If you can find a way to do 12 beacons, be my guest. It's not 12 beacons. It's you can see 13 effect sources. So you only have 3 belts. You don't do military later on. Correct. I will not do military. Good evening, Barthak. Good to see you. I like this, and the comments about belts. I think we should also be taking things in moderation. Going all out with belts and not making sure they're compressed is of course a bad move. But on the other hand, you can't build anything without consuming updates. And it's about sort of using fewest possible entities. Look, for example, I have 3 inserters. I'd really personally like to have 6 inserters for 6 signs, but I'm going to use 3 inserters. So lots of beacons. Could you do it better? Probably, but then you couldn't do it from direct insertion from a train, and then you would have to sort of get the train and then have it on belts that sort of spread out in order to make a wider pattern, because you cannot make a 12 beacon setup on a 7 repeating pattern. It just can't be done. There's just not enough room. All right, if you try it, there we go. Moderators, please. If someone shouts at me 3 times for the same thing and I ignore it, then you're welcome to purge that person from chat. Because if I ignore it once and twice and 3 times, then it's probably going to keep ignoring it. That's for the moderators, but also for someone. Each train should line up to the belts. Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's easy. This one can tile. We can adjust it as we want. So now comes the next part. Yeah, no mods. So the question is, either I take 3 in on this side, well, I probably should take 4 in on this side. The question is whether I should take 6 in on this side. And some of them will come from that side, right? Yeah, it's a vanilla chat, no mods. Yeah. So what I need to do now is take these trains. Basically, my options are that I take 3 trains in the top, 3 at the bottom, but I can't do that since these belts, they have to be grouped up by 2. So I can either take 2 at the top, 4 at the bottom, 4 at the top, 2 at the bottom, or 6 either top or bottom. Can science trains overlap? No. They can't overlap. I will not have 1 train. I will have 2 trains for each science. One that is perpetually unloading and the other one that's perpetually loading. The loading should be faster than the unloading, so that the loading train is done loading and waits up to be able to unload. How many hours? 6,400 and something. So I have to get the trains to, and this is where the issue comes in. Stackers right and left. It's not going to be a stacker. It's going to be a queue, because I'm just going to have the other train waiting right behind. And this is why I'm saying, oh, thank you, Pastor Lucky, for the 200 bits. I also saw you continued your gift sub from Barthak. Your sub that you were gifted from Barthak. But remember, some trains will come in from this side and some will come in from this side. So that's not necessarily bad. That actually could be an advantage in the sense that I can pair them up more easily. Yeah, that's well done. You recruited. But what okay, so my point here is, since some are coming in from one side, some are coming in from the other side, they really need to be one-way trains, right? Because if they're not one-way trains, they go through and then they have to intersect and go back, right? Then they absolutely intersect. And I have a really hard rule that I don't want a train that is 60 wagons long to be start intersecting with other trains. That's just bound to go wrong, right? Why, while not using direct unloading? If you're using belts, you could use any convenient. No, not really. And Tobayashi, thank you for the 27 months. Right, so if I do that, if I did that, then I would just, every single train would be one off. Thank you for making it as close as possible. Then it would be 8 lanes wide, and the trains are 7. So that means they would be shifted by 24 tiles at the minimum on the edge in either direction. That means I need 24, basically 24 belts going just to get it right. The first one goes in the middle one goes straight in. The next one bends by 1 tile. The next one bends by 2 tiles. 3, 4, up to 24. And if you do something that stretches out 24 tiles, that's a lot of extra belts that you're going to keep in your base. So that's why we do it. And robots are not an option. Correct. And Dushka, do you have a tutorial about how to get the creative mode going and how to use it? No. It's how to get the creative mode going. Press Control E, and then that's it. So each build is quite small, and long trains intersecting isn't really an issue. I think it's a major issue, because you have to make sure that the blocks are 60 wagons long before they intersect. And yes, they're only going to be driving every 48 minutes, but I can guarantee you that 2 will come in at the same time. And if you need to make sure that they are sort of not intersecting with that long, I just don't like that. It doesn't seem right to me. What I think would be much better is making what is that called? It's called a layover, right? Isn't that called a layover? No. Right. So that's basically how it is, right? So this one goes out, and while it goes out, the other one is already waiting here, waiting to go out and go in. And yes, it'll be slightly slower on going out because it has to clear this all 60 wagons before the next one comes in, instead of it going sort of right in the other one's tail. Yeah, Northernborn official. That was if you want to talk about creative mode, then yes. Then I was implying that I was thinking that if you're talking creative mode, then yes, you have the mod that is enabled. Otherwise, you couldn't be doing creative mode. So, kind of felt that was a fair assertion of saying if you have creative mode, then if you're talking about creative mode, you have the mod creative mode or creative that you can enable it. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense any of it. Anyway. So this is how I think I'll do it, because remember the next train here is coming in from the other side, so that's going to be something else entirely anyway. Yeah. What do we think this? I tested it thoroughly, and long trains won't bother each other as much as you think. Just keep enough chests buffers to have assembly lines busy for a few minutes. Yes. Yes. I understand, but there's a I understand what you're saying, and most likely that's true. but I don't think it looks good, and I don't think it therefore also don't think it actually performs very well. Like, this thing here is incredibly aesthetic. It's very clean. It goes in, take the same space. Nice. While the alternative is that this one has to go. Yes, sounds are important in this case. And it has to go all the way up here and around and go. It's just, and at the same time, this one has to go, I don't know, it can't intersect, so it has to go up there. It might be okay technically, but oh my god, it's going to look awful. Right? It's just, and that means the train leaves, then it goes like, all right, this train has to go through all the other tracks, go in. I don't like it. It also means that as this train leaves, it'll block this train. Oops, okay, that's brilliant. So I'll have, for this one, I'll have to stop my train here, the train waiting, because I have to make sure that I can take this train out here without intersecting with this. And what's going to happen is that I know they are on a 45-minute cycle, yeah? Not if you have trains being able to move forward and backwards. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that I prefer, in this case, I really prefer having single-headed or double-headed trains with a layover like this, or bypass. I think it's a bypass like that, rather than having them curve around the entire build, because that's a big build. It's 60 wagons long, so that's why I'm going for this option. And I like being challenged on my decisions, and I'll also happily change them, for example, with these, but I'm also just I need good reasons for it, right? Yeah, the bypass version looks better. It absolutely looks better, and I don't think it performs worse. The disadvantage of the bypass is that this train has to move all the way out before the next train will even start going in. While if it was a single-headed train, as soon as this one starts leaving, the other one could start going in. That means, realistically speaking, I would say that maybe there's going to be a 20-second gap where the train has to exit the station, and that doesn't have to be. Also, if we go back to this build is going to be so much cleaner if I don't have this ugly line here, but simply just turn it around and go straight out. A chest buffer, as long as you don't see a buffer chest. A small buffer will negate. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a small buffer anyway. So let's see. Let's try and fill these in and pretend that's how it works. Oh, they're actually exactly on top of each other. That's a weird coincidence. Good. So instead of 648.6, it's going to be 648.6, but they're going to point in different directions. I just don't think they need to move very fast. They're not moving long distances. They are moving in a straight line, just going in, waiting, and then they're going to move. They're going to be moving once every 40 something. Say, like, oh my god, I'm Nominata. Mask you. I don't think the masks work. I should disable that mask. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it put on the handsome mask. I see that. Oh. Thank you, Nominata, for $45 donation. Love the DSP series. Need to move to a better time zone. At work muted. I assume you're talking about how great I am. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll just... Why is there no Nominata in chat? How can there not be a Nominata in chat? Damn it. Cheap and sloppy and best. Well, you can share your dating theories somewhere other place, because this is about building logistics designs. And we are going to take 1. How do we do this in the bestest possible way? And the way you know which side it goes on is right hand side in the direction of the belt. So this one will output to this side. And that means if I do this, it comes out on both sides correctly, I hope. Or maybe I'm wrong. I like it. The belt is buffer. Yeah, but is the belt buffer enough? I don't think so. Well, no, I guarantee you it's not enough. Let's, well, I don't guarantee anything. I'll test it. I'll gladly test it. So this one is consuming not much per second, but we also have, how much is this consuming per second? What are we looking for? Do we look for minutes? Yeah, we want, okay, so what I want to do is, first I need to figure out how many labs I'll have, how many rows of labs I'll have to consume this, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is I want to figure out how long, when I know how many rows, how much do they consume per second? Because then I know 4 on each tile, how long time will it take to consume what is on the belt before the first one? Yes, stated you need 13.3 rows. Yes, I got that. That is my benchmark. That is a hypothetical value. Now I'm going to do it myself because I want to do that. I want to be okay, so there's a really simple way to do it. You look at the research speed over on the right hand side. It says 21.7. That means it's consuming 21.7 per second. No, per minute. Because everything is on a 60-second cycle. So, let's see. I have to consume 8,330. No, that's not an 8. 8,333 per minute. And each lab is consuming 21.7. That means 384. That's a vastly different number than what you have. Vastly different. And it's not even a factor 2. Can you please make your stream earlier? No, I cannot. Sabatron, I have kids. And I have this time which fits really well for Americas so as well. So it's kind of the afternoon when you can sneak out of a meeting at 2 o'clock maybe if you're East Coast. And Sabatron, thank you for the 5 gift subs. You are amazing.
Praise the sub.
Game similar to Dyson and Factorio. I only play Dyson. Satisfactory.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Finnish polar bear. Yeah, don't.
A new subscriber.
No, I think I'll answer that question because either it's a troll question or maybe it's just my guess is Mr. Rock Around. I guess you're not very old. That's my guess.
Praise the
so why can I not do it earlier? Well, I have kids. We spend our afternoons together, our evenings together. We eat dinner at 6 o'clock. We play some games. We have fun. And at around 7:45, I tell them, now I need to go work. And then you can I brush their teeth, and then they can read or they can just have fun, but they stay at the room and then they go to bed. Right? So that's why if I did it earlier, then I would lose time with my family. That's not something I want to do. And if I did it later, well, it's kind of this time when it's also a matter of what is prime time for streaming, and 8 o'clock is very much if you're on European time. Oftentimes you may be done with the done with your dinner yourself, your viewers, and time for sort of after dinner, grab some drinks, some snacks, something, a cup of coffee, and sit down, relax. Maybe you play some games yourself on the other screen. Maybe you just sit and enjoy the stream, and that's a good time to settle down. Of course, I could also do it much later to hit the American audience. Sorry, that's too late for me. Then I can't get up in the morning. But on the other hand, there's a lot of American viewers who sort of in the run of the afternoon, sorry, hit the mic, can then just sort of like, all right, well, maybe sort of at the end of the afternoon, I can just turn it on while doing the last bit of work. And since everyone's working at home anyway, then it's more relaxed about maybe just tuning into that screen while you're doing, I don't know, some PowerPointing or some other thing. You spank that mic. There we go. You like it, don't you? You dirty slut. You like it when you spank your mic. I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh, look at that. We got another one. Yeah, so that's why. It's a carefully decided choice that is balanced between what is feasible for me, what is prime time for what is best compromise between European and American audience, and yeah, the prime time. Cool. I like this one. Anyone sort of significantly dislike it enough to sort of rant and rave about it? So that was a not at all snide response. It was a honest response. Oh, god damn it. That's wrong. This one's not going to work because you're... see, that doesn't work. It only worked for that one. Okay, well... Then we're going to have to do this one in a different way. Boo. Actually, then we could perhaps even make it closer. And it's going to give us all sorts of other problems. Right, so with this build, we can actually make them move this one. Like that. You sure you want to feed all 6 signs from one side? Yes, I do. Why not? Why wouldn't I? Why do I have to get this changed from both directions? I will show you. So this is a very, very aggregate build of what I want to do. This is the first one we built. That's red signs. Then we're going to build, after that, we build the green signs. Then we're going to build the blue signs. And then we're going to build the white signs that I can't enlist. So we'll just build that as that one. And then we're going to build the purple signs, maybe. And then we'll build here the yellow signs. That means they're coming in. What I can then do is I can have this quadrant from here and drag it out and up. That'll be reserved for the blue. A more narrow slice of the world like this will be for the reds. A narrow slice will be for the greens because they don't take as much resources, while the ones that take a lot of resources will have like a bigger slice, like all the way down there, and then sort of out here. All of this sort of part of the world pie, because that's the word now. A world pie is reserved for bringing materials in here, and likely for this one as well. So the ones that require the most, 1, 2, and 3, will have the most space. That actually kind of means that these two will probably be shifted there. The problem with this build is that if I need one, then I need one more as well, and then this is where it gets difficult. Check this out. That'll have to be like perhaps up here, which can then reach all the way down, yes. And then the last one And that will be... What? Where is it? There. And then if I look at this spacing here, it's pretty obviously more than one.
Generous
Hey, Forno, thank you for the 500 bits. Keep it up. Oh, I will, for a very long time. So this is obviously not great, because if we extrapolate this one upwards, then already this one is out of bounds. Okay. Then I need to use one vertical inserter and one horizontal with a chest. Use one. Isn't that what I do? Use one vertical inserter and one horizontal with a chest. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? I don't know. Fool you ain't black. Obviously I'm gonna need to redirect it so that it gets... Will the trains fit when stations are packed so tightly? The trains will not turn. That's the thing. There will be no turns. They will do this part. So I don't need to turn. And I don't think I need to make it this tight. It doesn't... It matters less that it's a bit more spacious. And actually, on that note, I think it's actually better to do this. To just give it a bit more space here. Okay, 1, 2. Because for the single reason that then it matches this line and that line, and that looks good, right? So you run the belt along the tracks. Belt along... No, I don't want to run along the tracks. I want to do this. And I need to sort of figure out, like... So the biggest part of this is the fact that they are so far apart. Like this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. By definition, if I have a 6-tile slot and I have 2 things with 5 in between, there's only 2 positions they can be. So why are we going to deal with the last position? So if I look at this position here, and then bring it up. Next 2 belts, I don't know, we'll bring it up at exactly the same location, and then basically just shift it by 1 this way, and by 1 this way. Then this one goes in and here. And it doesn't matter if it doesn't fit with these 2. That can always be changed. Now the last challenge here is how do we do about the last bits? Because that has to come in 1, 2, and then slightly off, and that one's slightly off as well. So again, if I look up here, it has to be something like 1, 2, and these are the patterns that I have to match the belts on, right? And this is the gap between 2 wagons. It's complicated. Like that, and like that, right? So these 2 have to be close. Why don't beacon influence inserters? Oh, that would be weird. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to take a short break. I also heard someone roaming out there, so let me just take a short break, and then I will be back for the rest of this design. It's definitely doable. But the only thing is, like, how many additional belts do we need to put in to make it work the way we want it? And I want to minimize the number of additional belts. So it's easy to do something, but yeah. Anyway, so usual, I take 2-minute breaks every hour, and that's basically how we do things. So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Time for us to get the refreshments or whatever you need. I'll be back in 2. And welcome back. Thank you for joining in our extended design sessions here. Alright, so let's see. Inserters will place items on the right hand side of the belt for its direction of flow. You can use one inserter onto the belt. Ah, okay, yeah. That's the reason why I didn't do that was two reasons. I wanted the belt. I wanted the buffer, and the second one is the fact that I wanted to see if I could make them twice as close or more close than that. So that's definitely an option. This one is going to be the most difficult one, isn't it? No. Okay, that one will be... Let's start from here. You can just put it on this side, yeah? And then on the next one, I'll do that. Yes? So this one is good, and it hits that one. What about here? Will that also work? Also, the fact that this one is so far away means that there's more buffer. This one is putting it on the right hand side of the belt in the direction of the flow. So that's bad. That means I have to do that one. Alright, so that's the first one. The next one is going to be here. So we'll try to do something like this. Again, this is okay. And the output will have to be this side, yeah? I'm not sure I like the discrepancy between having buffers and not having buffers, but let's start by just making sure that we have these. Oh, this is the one. The last one. Is actually just like that, right? No. And this one goes here. And then we see if I can basically mirror image it to this part. This one's good. It'll continue down here. Yep. And then I need to skip one and get one in. That's going to be here. So I can do that one. This is now outputting on... Yeah, it looks like every single one of these has to be put like that. Oh, that doesn't... Oh, that's correct here. So how do we like this? Do we like it? What is the solution to always feeling like I'm playing catch up with having enough resources? I very rarely seem to be able to get even the full belt of raw resources from a patch. Okay, I think that first we sort of need to get a bit of context. Like, in what stage of the game are you in? And if you say, it seems like having enough raw resources. So the first thing is, when you just get started, you need 30 miners to fill a yellow belt. So when you look at a patch and you want to see how many belts you can drag out of this patch, you just figure out how many times. Basically, you can just put miners everywhere and then do a selection box. Like, for example, here, one of those small original patches, like that one, for example. How many miners do I have here? Okay, so I have 153. That means I can only get 5 I can only get 5 yellow belts out of this one without productivity bonus, right? So it's like, okay, so you already get an upper bound at this point. That looking at this one, there's no way you can do anything about this one at the early game to say. So knowing that you have 5 yellow belts, or not even 2 blue belts, or 2.5 red belts out of this, if you do the stuff that I do, like this, of course, if you have a full draw, you're not gonna have any any belts here. So I think it makes I think that's like the first thing. I think you might be doing like I do, and this is wrong. So look at this one and go, oh, that's a lot. Let me just hook it up and put it out in many lines and 8 lines, and it's all good. And then you start consuming it, and then it looks really, really sad, because then it looks like this after a while. And the reason is, it's only when it's not consuming that you can actually fill up this belt storage. But in reality, you should have, well, you could have at least taken this one and merged it down into 2.5 belts. 2.5. So I think that's, when you look at at this one, to go like, okay, I can probably not even get I can maybe get 1 red belt out of this. So when you look at mining patches, it's easy to overestimate how much you can actually get out of it. It's only when you really get into the mining productivity you can get a lot of throughput from small patches. Like this one, for example, it's just pathetic. I have 2 belts, but I really shouldn't even have 1. Well, I should have half a belt. It's probably, throughput wise, 1 yellow belt, this one. So yeah. So I think that might be, if I sort of had to diagnose from a distance what it could be, then I would say that's probably something like that overestimating how much you actually get from a patch. Awesome, Scorpion. At least inside the production chain, you can perfectly match input to output with buffer space. Always have fully filled belts moving. Yeah, sure. So that was like a very blind diagnosis. I have not heard anyone going absolutely crazy about this one. Like, oh my god, this is horrible. It has one more advantage that you might not have seen. It looks good, right? It looks really nice. By the way, we did some calculation here, and we kind of got distracted from it with the whole why don't you stream earlier. Yes, big D's in calc. Why are you making the sign so small? Okay, now you're leaning on being a troll here. Is this small? I'm just calculating that I need 384 mining setup, so I'm not going to be building 384 labs in order to test things and move the whole thing one tile. So I'll build the template, and when I'm happy with it, it's not going to be placed here either. It's going to be placed here, I think. And when I place it there, then I'll place it in the right size. But until then, I'm doing sort of the principles, making sure that it makes sense, it works, it can be done, what I want to do it, because it's much easier to do it here where I have my supplies next to me, instead of I'm just trying to move while in the calculator. Alright, I need to figure out how long it takes to consume this. So, it was 8,333 signs per minute divided by 21.3. That's how much they consume per minute. And that gives us 384.1 divided by 48, because I have rows of 48. That gives me an astonishingly round number of 8. So I need 8 lines of this. Okay, so this means, just for context, what it is I've actually calculated. I basically calculated that the 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't even tile that way. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was the wrong one. I pressed shift instead of Q. You know why. You know why I did that. And that grinds my gears is people looking at a fully filled belt and think it is super smooth and nice when it's just backlogged. Oh yeah, that's true. It's actually something I did not think about, but I think that's the hidden reason why the change for Satisfactory. So in Satisfactory, It used to be when you have a coal plant and then you feed water and coal into it, and then it scales down depending on your usage, which means that infinitely many people, I don't know, it feels like it, would go like, oh, I can easily feed 30 minor or 30 coal plants on a single water pump and a single line because look, the last one has coal in it. It's like, yeah, when you're running on 10% power, but as soon as you crank it up to 80% power, you're consuming more than the belt can feed, and you're fucked. So the fact that what they then done with the update 4 is just basically saying it's all gonna work 100%, so you can easily see that you are, that if you think you have enough to get to the end, you can actually see it immediately. So it's kind of like, on the one hand, I respect them for saying, okay, a lot of our players get confused about it, so let's make it sort of more intuitive that you can see it, so you don't make this silly mistake. On the other hand, it's also kind of a way that to set aside the wheat from the chaff, right? It's the scrubs, and when you see someone go like, oh, look at my coal power plant, and you go like, nope, it doesn't work, right? That's I don't think Factorio would not do that. They would not sort of. I think it's a mentality, right? It's about what do you think, how do you treat your game player base? I don't think there's a right or wrong, but I think it's clever that you do it, and I think it's the right thing for Satisfactory, but the wrong thing for Factorio. Does that make sense? Because Factorio is about weird things that are off ratio, and you figure it out, and then when you figure things out, you can sort of make the whole thing come into like something as simple as belts and throughputs and inserters and beacons. Suddenly we just spent hours on something trivial like that, while Satisfactory is probably goes like, there's no reason to make things overly complicated for our users because they love building big beautiful factories, and they should be doing that and not sitting with an Excel sheet and wondering why their coal power plant doesn't work. It makes sense. Oh, no. Satisfactory is not engineering. Factorio is math. Satisfactory is engineering. No. If you have to discipline them, grab them to some disciplines, then Factorio is engineering. Satisfactory is arts and crafts. Satisfactory is about building things that look awesome. It looks absolutely spectacular. But it's still the fastest belt. It's not even a yellow belt in Factorio. So it's not like about massive scales and throughputs. It's about building something that looks really cool and does stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this is engineering. This is about finding practical solutions to mathematical problems. This is the essence of engineering, in my humble experience as being an engineer for, I don't know, how much is it? 16 years? Flip it. There. How old am I? 41. He's 20. Yeah, I graduated at a very young age. See, I did suspect it. I suspected you were. Zephyr hash. I don't really like that. Mathematicians, physicians. Physicians are the ones that you go to. That's your doctor. That's a physician. I don't. I think you mean physicists. I wouldn't count on your local doctor to be more to be more accurate than engineers. You do not hold engineers in very high esteem, I guess, since you're just like, yeah, stupid engineers. They just can't even get multiple digits on pi. Yeah. Pi billion seconds is a century. Near enough that it's spooky. The third underground from the left is trying to jump 3 beacons. Is that too much? It's absolutely too much. Oh, the disaster, the horror. Oh no. Oh no. It's all falling apart now. No. No. Hello, Björnsson. No. Vichu, that is only for content creators. Or is it for creating accounts? Probably it is. For creating accounts. Switch the beacons around. The thing is, I can't switch the beacons around. This is so meticulous. It has to be like this. But it is a problem that this one. I was so happy. And then you came and pointed out my mistake. This is why a good management principle is shoot the damn messenger. Always. If you shoot the messenger, you will not get any bad news. If you don't get bad news, you'll live a happy life. Flip it horizontally. That's exactly what I did. Right? This one doesn't work. It's flipped horizontally. That's exactly what I did. But it doesn't change the fact that this one has to jump too much. The only way is if I could sort of let it mid-jump in there, but that's not going to happen. Clip it. Feed it vertically. Then first of all, they're going to go the wrong way. I'm going to do it because I don't understand why that would make a difference. I mean, now they're just running the wrong way. Now it's flipped. Now it's clipped. So I can flip it, and then it'll work. That's what I did originally. Or I can flip it back, and then I can clip it. Clip it, I mean, then of course I have to fix the belts, but it's still the problem of the one that tries to leap over all of them. Right, we have to make sure that this one can actually land here. And I don't think I can find a way to do that. Maybe if the whole thing is actually shifted by 1 and then flipped. It's close though. No, it's not at all close. What is the problem actually? Just okay. Okay, it's this part here. Right. I think I know what the problem is. It's this part that has to be flipped. There we go, right? Yes. It was not the whole thing. It was just this part. Right. We're alive. We're alive. And it actually got better from that because now the beacon, these ones, does it scale? Does it tile? And there's some people who call it tessellate. I don't. That's not a word. Maybe it is, but it does look weird. So this is the size of it. So for the question about earlier about why is it so small? Well, that's what she says, but It's not the size. It's meters per second. It's winter, right? So this is 4 along the line, and then I need to multiply that by 12 more, so we get up to the 48. Yeah, and if I this one, okay. So how many is this? This is 32. 32 times 12 is 384. Brilliant, brilliant. This is scaled for 8.3. The whole base is scaled for 8.3, or 8.3 repeating. What about the 0? I don't know. That's a rounding error. That's just somewhere in the conversion from imperial to metric units. All right, I think I have the building blocks. I have this one. It tiles. Tessellate of shapes to fit together in a pattern with no spaces between them. Yes, tessellate. Spoken like a manager of the, what mission was it that the rings, was it the O-rings that were some specified, and metrics and imperials and the subcontractor and something and slight gaps, and yeah. Alright, so last point we need to do is this one. How does this one? Tile. This is tiling, this is not tessellating. There. Sweet, right? So good. And the best part about it is that one, and that one, and that one. It's brilliant. Hey, this is way better than it's supposed to be. I love doing these kind of designs. This is something that, for some reason, and I can't really figure out why, it is the single most brilliant thing about Factorio, I think, is the fact that the building blocks are so damn simple. There's an inserter, it can pick up a certain amount, and it can output a certain, it has some rules about insides and outsides, and where it picks up first, and just has some rules, and then when you know those, when you're just getting started, you just know that, okay, an inserter picks up and puts down. And then you start learning that, oh, it picks up or it puts down on the outside, the side that's furthest away. Okay, and then you learn a bit more and you find out, okay, when it picks up, it has a tendency to pick up from the closest side. And then you learn a bit more and they go, okay, so if you put it on a belt going straight away, it puts it on the right-hand side in the direction of the belt. And and then you learn a bit more and then you find out that inserters moving between moving belts are slower than moving between boxes, so try to have boxes or belts that are standing still so you can improve it. And it just, and then when you sort of graduate higher and higher level, then you know that if you have a filter inserter and you remove the filter from the filter inserter, it becomes inactive and doesn't take computing power until you actually set the filter. So that's a good way to conserve updates. Like, okay, that's deep. And that's the part, like, you build something and then the depth of something as simple as an inserter, and I probably forgot 3 steps along the way, this tier of knowledge and that's the part that every single thing in Factorio is so simple, and then you just, as you sort of scratch the surface, you find out that it's just Pandora's box. Every single item has multiple layers of optimization. Hello, Mestjevsky. What? 10 to the power 6 divided by 360. Why are we divided by 360? Million hours per second. Just look at the main. It says, serious, where the lofty goal is 1 million signs per hour. Read it again. 1 million signs per hour. Read it one more time. 1 million signs per hour. which corresponds to 16.66 signs per second. But okay, so you're saying like, why am I only building at half size? Because I need to learn some things, and then I build it at half size, and then when I build it, I can just copy paste the whole. Okay, maybe not, but then I can build another one on top of it. So yes, I'm building it at half size first to get some learnings, and I think that's fine. What is my sub goal for the year? I don't have a sub goal for the year. I'm happy with any subs that I get, and I'm happy. And since you don't know how many subs I have, it doesn't matter anyway. Tiny symmetry improvement for the lab setup. Move the inserters above the substation up one tile. Move the inserters. That one. That's totally correct. Totally correct. That's just going to be horrible to do. 1, 2. I guess that it's this one, right? Completely agree. First I was looking at you were just saying it, I was like, there's really not much that can just be moved around by one tile without affecting everything. There. Check right blue belt on station versus lab output. Check blue belt on station versus yeah, they're not aligned, but they are the pattern is 1 1 space 1 space 1 space 1 1, and that's the same here. 1 1 space 1 space 1 space 1 1. So it's the same thing. This is just out of sync by a single tile. Did not care about it, but I can see that it is of paramount importance. There. Right? One tile off? Yep. Where's that from? Matt SC 81 tile off, 88 tile off. Oh, it's yours? Matt S. Oh, you have a one tile off. Nice. Cool. I can relate to that. Alright. We're happy? Will you please stop yelling at me? Okay, so now we actually just implement it at a bigger scale. Hey, Decent, thank you for the tier 1 for 7 months. Good to see you. So this is basically how we do it. We do a detailed design, and now the next part is figuring out where the hell are we going to build it. Gonna need a bigger boat. Absolutely, we're gonna need a bigger boat. Let's go get a bigger boat. Let's see. Where do we... Oh, this one. This one will just stretch further on. Yeah, let's do that. Good evening, Jeff. Or afternoon, in your case. Have you killed biters? Yep, there are no biters. They are no fun.
Returned.
Thank you. This one is now going to be junk. Okay, that's a bad name, but okay, it is what it is. You have returned. Astratus, thank you for the 2 months of Twitch Prime. And I'll summon a train here. This one is a building train. Is it? Yeah, it's the train we want. So I'm going to send it here. Whoop. Why is there a bid minimum? Because I don't want people to, or I want to turn around and say, when someone donates, I want to be happy and say thank you. And I don't bother saying happy when someone throws 2 cents at me. yeah, it takes away from people who actually donate real significant amounts. If I have to go, thank you for gifting 2 cents, woohoo! So I set a minimum because otherwise it would just, there was a time when I didn't have it and it was used kind of a bit for trolling, and now at least it'll be a $2 minimum troll. So yeah, that's why. Yeah, people give me, yes, people give my 2 cents all the time, and I don't want them. I don't want them. I don't want your two stinking 2 cents. They suck. Good point. Choo choo. Yeah, remove excess underground. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. We didn't have a minimum, get spammed by hundreds of ones over and over. Continue drum. Yeah, exactly. But there's also the other way where I remember when Disguised Toast, he apparently he obviously had signed a contract with Facebook, so he didn't want new. He didn't want people to spend money on subs on his channel, but people still did, and he didn't want to get bits because he'd already signed like a stupidly big contract with Facebook. So he set the minimum bits amount to 10,000, and what happened? People donated 10,000 at a time. Like, yep. Facebook, Twitch, what? Wouldn't that be 15 per hour more than minimum wage? Yeah, but I used to run an IT department in one of the largest companies in Denmark. If it was working for minimum wage, I probably wouldn't be doing this job. There's also a matter of living in a very expensive country and having kids. And these kids, they actually like food, and they like food every single day. And they are also insisting that they need food many times a day. And I'm just not sure that's correct. But they do insist on being fed every single day. So, yeah. Judging everything against the minimum wage, probably not a good idea. Especially since minimum wage in the US, I may get a bit political, but holy shit, that's not a fair wage. That is not a living wage. That is an absolute disgrace. So, just going by that measure of success, like, oh, it's at least a minimum wage. I don't think so. I don't think that's how we should gauge it, because people working for a minimum wage in the US probably have 2 jobs to make ends meet. Do you know about the extra shitty tipped minimum wage for restaurant workers in the US? No. Hey, Johnson, thank you for the 200 bits. No, but what I do know, and what I hate tipping. I hate when tipping is basically like the restaurant goes, hey, come eat our food. We have food. You pay for the food. But I really didn't bother paying the waitress, so you got to do that on top. I'm not going to tell you how much, but you'll get a frown if it wasn't enough. But I'm not going to tell you how much. But I just didn't bother paying them because, well, fuck it, that's your job. Like, no, they're employed there, and the McDonald's pays their servers, so you can goddamn do that too. I'll give you a tip if there's an exceptional service. But of course, that's a cultural thing. So of course, if I go to the US, I do as the custom prescribes, but I don't like it. I think a tip should be something extra. It should not be because you didn't bother paying your staff, then I have to do it on top of the service I purchased. Elite World Order, thank you for the 21. So, if your tip don't get you to 7.25, then your employer is supposed to cover it, but it opens the door for a lot of wage theft. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, that sounds horrible. But okay, so here's another thing, and this is also a bit controversial. If I go to a restaurant and I have a good experience, then I would say that the good experience is predominantly, the majority of the good experience comes from the food. But in many states in the US, it is not allowed for the cooks, the back office, to receive a tip. So you basically pay the front end for a tip, like, oh, there was an exquisite meal. Oh, that was so good. The way you carried it from over there and over here, that just made this meal so good. I mean, if I'd had to walk all the way over to the kitchen and get it from the counter and bring it here, it just wouldn't have been the same. Now here's a $20 tip. No, it's the guys who actually made the food that should get the majority of the tip. But in lots of states, you are not allowed to tip the back office people, which is then what happens. That so you have some people who are chefs and they make more money by being waiters than chefs. And St. Cabbage, I just tipped $20 for a $10 for a $20 haircut. Yeah, but I'm sure you needed it. I would also pay good money for a haircut right now. Yeah, so that's just my bit of a controversial take on that. I don't know. I just don't like the tipping culture because it's so confusing. And I think it's super unfair because you're basically, you know that the waiters are paid a shit salary, and you know that the only way they can make a living is by you giving them something extra because their employer just fucking didn't do it, and that I think is not cool. That was my hot take on that one. Keep going. That's how it was in July. Okay, well, I think your $10 tip has been you've saved some money on I think that I hopefully in a week's time I can get a haircut. I hope. I took my hat off and she was like, "Whoa, I'm gonna need the bolt cutter instead." Raiders, we are raidering. Tipping men like when you reservoir dogs. Well, there's a bit of reservoir dogs in all of us, isn't there? But it actually, of course, that is a good place. But then I've also listened to some podcasts like Planet Money. I can highly recommend listening to Planet Money. I think it's really good. Which also takes up like economic theories and sort of like weird situations and why is it like that and in terms of economy, both big things and small things, and I really like it. It's a good perspective. Of course, it's very American, hence why that perspective is there. But it also like I think there's also a big part of it is that since I'm not from a tipping culture, but I lived in the States, I lived in the UK where tipping is more common, then you get to see it without being sort of raised on. Well, that's of course just how the society works. But then you look at it from as an outsider and go like, why is this how it works? Why is this a reasonable way that things should work? My whole life I wanted to see what my hair looked like long, so I took the fact that no barbers are open to let it grow out. It's actually pretty nice. Oh, nice. Not for me. Not for me. Okay, so should we just go? And this is where we have our science facility. Like, this is the size of the train, so technically I only need like this size for sort of buffering, and then I can build it here. But there's no point in making things smaller than they need to, is there? Or maybe there's also no reason to make it bigger than it needs to. So a wage is really low for someone that works in the restaurant in the US. Yes, they are very low. Most places. How are we going to do this? Kind of want some city blocks here just to get the power lines somewhere. Yeah, but not the city block with I think I'll go here and then there are states and even cities that have higher. Yep, California has a higher one, right? But maybe there will be a mandated federal minimum wage increase to $15 soonish. At least that is on the agenda. Okay, so here's an interesting perspective. Denmark does not have a minimum wage. And Denmark is fighting hard against the European mandated minimum wage. But the minimum wage for a, let's say, McDonald's worker in Denmark is $20 an hour or something. But there's no such thing as a minimum wage in Denmark. Oops, we forgot something. Oh no, that's missed. You're in peaceful or normal or neither. I'm in a biterless world because we're building factories, not killing biters. No, but minimum wage helps a lot if it gives the employee a bargaining power. Because if you have a minimum wage, then it raises everything to that bar, and that's pretty good. That's good if you don't have it. If you don't have it and don't need it, then you don't want it, right? Denmark has unions. Actually not. That's not because of the unions. It's about yeah, it is about the unions, but it's not the unions that dictate it.
Our illustrious
Hello Apache,
returns.
thank you for the 2 years
Welcome
of support
home.
here on the channel. How do we establish the corners of the grid, the blocks? How? South of Red Science? No, I don't need it. I have no interest in it. I'll do it if I need it. I don't need to do it when I don't need it. So, no. I think this is a beautiful build. Oh, that's totally not where we want to go. We want to go there. But, okay. The blueprints are coordinated. None. Instead, negotiated between unions and employer association. The average minimum wage for all private and sector bargaining was approximately 116 an hour, exclusively pension. Yeah, excluding pensions. Yes. But the thing is, you don't have to be a union. You just have to have a... You can use any contract you want if you're an employer, but you have to choose one. That's the point, right? So if you are hiring someone, you can choose any contract negotiated between a union and an employer, but it doesn't have to be the one that covers your sector, which is kind of weird, but you can do that. But it still means that there has to be some organizations who've made an agreement, and then you can use that. Oh, I did have enough. I could have continued. Damn. The consumption rate is the easiest way to see the consumption rate is actually just looking at. Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Is looking at this number. So this one says 19.95. That means it consumes 19.95 per second. No, per minute. That's the easiest part. Just checking some things. Alright, in the meantime, while I've been ranting about minimum wage, someone has been helping me make minimum wage.
More shall enter the fray.
Thank you very much. I see two new patrons have joined, and it's thank you. Very nice of you. And I've just checked; there are no Discord profiles linked. So if you're here, who have just pledged as a new protector or a new knight of the path, then be sure to link your Discord profile, and also goes for any other patron. Then, because good old, I was about to say DMCA, but no, GDPR, it's just 4-letter acronyms, are means that I'm not going to be shouting out names yet. New patron, link to refund. Patron is always better for me, but I appreciate anything, of course. Hey, no Afro, good to see you. Send a base in a box, including power, but excluding smelting. I started with 150 size box. I think it's 150, like 150 per second, per minute. That sounds fine. That sounds like a really good number. Yeah, I think that's a good number. Is there anything we can do to link a patron level to Twitch? No. Oh, squares. Ah. Bjornsson, that wouldn't make any sense, because why would Twitch want to do that? They want you to buy their subs and not some third-party site. So no, they will not give any kind of credit. The one thing I can do is for Templars of the Path, I will highlight them as VIPs in chat. So if there is a VIP, you can just say something so everyone can see that you are just a little bit more awesome than everyone else. Same as last time you asked, 2.5 hours. Yeah, uranium processing is the speed that it's coming in. It's one red belt process speed. What? We don't have any VIPs in chat? Let me just check. We have Marcus, and Nibe, and Patrick. Aha, you think you can hide? And of course also Vichu and Cabbage, right? That's hard because you're also moderators. Calling out lurkers. Yeah, that's yeah, there we are. Wake up, wake up. You're just about to fall asleep, and then I come in here and call you out, lurking. You're very welcome to lurk. Okay, I'm gonna take another train out here, and then you're just gonna go out there and build the rest of the damn thing here. Whoop. There. Good stuff, and that one. Enough.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Thank you so much. And that was Zephyr Hash with an upgraded patron, an annual patronage pledge. Thank you so much. Just became a premium. Why no notification? Oh, the notifications don't work. I have to sort of see them myself in over there and then trigger them myself. Oh, St. Cabbage, you mentioned headphones. I just purchased some new headphones. They're extra creaky, squeaky. But I'll go get them tomorrow. I have ulterior motives. I want to go talk to the shop that it's a little brick and mortar shop in Copenhagen. Really nice, really good service. So I want to talk to them about having them build a new PC for me. They're not allowed to have open, but if they, but if I'm allowed to go pick up stuff at their shop, then, I mean, suppose I can talk to them. There. Do you have an Angel's Bob's book? Nope, I don't. Because if I did, it would have been outdated anyway. Things change too much in those kind of things. Why not build it yourself? Because I can't do that. I've done it once, and when I did that, I swore I would never ever do that again. It was a very, very bad experience I had. What? Why is this one not working? Shouldn't you be doing something? Huh? What? Then why do I have... Oh, it's just the scanning part. Ugh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so basically, the reason why I want to buy that from them is they provided really good service for this one when the water cooling broke and the water in the cooling system was 99 degrees. And I remember I was just showing a screenshot of the things, the diagnostics to the moderator channel, like, it's making weird sounds, and I was like, shut it off. So I went there and I went there, it was on a Sunday evening, and then Monday morning I went there at 10 o'clock, and Monday at 2 o'clock I picked it up. They'd replaced all the cooling, the new graphics card, free of charge within a couple of hours. That's good service, and that's the part that I want to basically tell them, that I want you to build a PC for me, and I want that kind of service. And then when anyone asks where I got it from, I'll say where I got it from. So that service is something where I could save, I don't know, $500 on buying it on Amazon, at least $200. But then I would get the crap and I'd put it together, and then it wouldn't work. And if something breaks, I'm just shit out of luck, right? It's just no way. This is my business, so I have to treat it with more reliability than what you may do with that, right? Because I have to look at it basically like, if I can't stream a day, then I'm losing income. So that single day of not being able to stream is not just like, oh, that's too bad. No, it's a work day that I lost. So that's oh, that's way too far. Stop that. Stop that, you silly. Hey, Stanislav, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate it. Put your computer together on stream and do a bad job of it. Linus might send you one for free. I don't think so. I really wouldn't count on it. It's a bit of a gamble, I would say. So I guess that's something he has done. So basically, that's why I want to pay extra for a good service, and then the personal experience of having them sort of custom choose the parts and basically design it for me. I'll take it back and I'll share it with some of the people I trust to vet this and go like, yeah, that motherboard, is that the right one? And well, you have the speed of this RAM and is going to be bottlenecked by the motherboard, so you don't need to, I mean, you know, all those things that I have no idea about. And if you buy something without knowing it, you might have great RAM, but it's bottlenecked by the motherboard, so you're not getting the benefit out of it, right? That kind of thing. I can send Chinese manuals for customer service. Nice. Lucky you. Like a no-brainer to go with them again. Yep. Exactly. And say I'm a boomer. No, I'm not a boomer. If anything, I'm a Gen X. Oh, come on. Did you have to build like water right here? No. You did not have to build water right there. Okay. So what we need to do is take this one. And the thing is, this is not actually going to be... Boop. So where is it? Okay. So remember back at our base here. Our design. This is the line of red. So that corresponds to one level down. Should be the one we need. Yep. That's where we have all of the signs. We're now starting on the actual science build, and I'm really confident about knowing that we can just build it now, because I think we can build it. So I'll just get started. I wonder if that's the correct length. Yeah, Jeff, exactly. Near Copenhagen is it's the best thing in like I think everything in Denmark is near Copenhagen because it's teeny tiny. But that's also like the funny thing. Being a Dane, then of course you can. It's tempting to ask and you can get it. But let's say, Jeff, you were asking me where I was, and then I mentioned some random city in Denmark, and you go like, "Oh, I only know Copenhagen, so." Nope, I will not do that. And maybe you should just listen more and talk less at this point. That's the full length. Okay, we're not even close. Not even close. Technically, Greenland is Denmark. Yes. Technically, but not really. Actually, it isn't. I think it's different. I mean, would you say that Canada is part of the UK? No, but it's part of the Commonwealth, and Greenland is part of the Commonwealth of Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark. So Canada has the British Queen as their regent, but in name only. There's something weird about it, right? Because there's something there, right? Yeah, it's tricky. It's very tricky, and it's. I think it also, if you ask someone from Greenland, then it's like we'd like to get 1 billion Danish crowns per year in subsidy. So at that moment, we're definitely part of the Kingdom of Denmark. But the rest of the year, they are definitely not part of the Kingdom of Denmark. They're definitely an independent nation. Like, okay, but of course, if Denmark wins the handball world championship, they might be bit part of Denmark again. That's kind of, yeah, it comes and goes. Yeah, Mark de Jong, I am not exactly. Yeah, Becker. Everything is like 5 times bigger in Australia. Even the spiders. Oh, I had a spider related incident. We actually have 2 spider related incidents. My daughter is not exactly comfortable around spiders, so we were sitting in the afternoon on the couch watching a movie, and suddenly there was this giant spider. I mean, it felt like it just lowering itself right here between me and my daughter. And she was panicking, and I was panicking, but I had to keep calm because I'm the adult, so I couldn't be screaming as much. She was like, "Ah!" And I was like, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Get my loafer, smash it. And the rest of the movie, she was just standing 2 meters away and like, nope, I'm fine here. Come on, get back in the couch. No, I'm fine. It's like, don't worry. They're solitary creatures. This one, there was big one. It ate all the other ones. So don't worry. There's no spiders left. Yeah, but what the hell is this train doing? Why am I? That's a bad train. Oh. What are you doing here? Oh, yeah. Okay, you're trying to go home. Nice. And then the second related spider incident was actually just a bit of I'm not it's not my proudest moment, to be honest. It's not a good dad moment. So my daughter doesn't have the perfect eyesight because she reads a lot and she's like me, also have broken bad eyes, but she just doesn't want to admit it. So, and I was like tucking them in, and then above the bed, right in the corner, there was a spider. I was like, oh, she can't see it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's fine. She can't see it. And then my son came. I left it like, there's a spider above the bed. I was like, all right, get the broomstick, get the loafer, the long range, the short range weapon. That did nothing. Nothing, I tell you. Ah. Okay, so this is where we build our science. Cool. I mean, if you have a thrust weapon with a reach, then if it jumps you and comes within your reach, you can't really use a broomstick at really close at knifing range. That's when you need the loafer in the other hand. So I had the broomstick in my right hand just for the thrusting attacks, and if it came close, then I could just whack it with the loafer. That's how you deal with it. Exactly, small. It makes perfect sense. The theory is good. I'm just not sure I would test it against some of the spiders, the biters that are in wherever Becker is living. I can't imagine that the concept of having deadly spiders in the house. I can't cope with the thought of it. It's yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point, Gardner. That's such a good point. Oh, you're brilliant. It's actually going to have to be the middle one. So I'm going to take these two out. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Yeah. So the reason why is I'm going to we go back to this diagram down here. This one. Basically like this. This one has to come into the middle. So it's actually exactly going to be that one. Just put him in a box and take him outside. Yeah. I can't cope with it. I think it's probably also like a thing that you grow up with it, and if you're too afraid of spiders, then you will eventually just not decide not to live in Australia, I guess, because you'll either be cured or you'll go somewhere else. I think this is this correct? How can I not put one in here? Yes, so I'll have a train waiting there. And then the other train goes up. And now we're gonna test it. This is the moment of truth. Ta-da! Do you like to pet huntsman spiders? I don't like spiders, so obviously I'm not gonna like petting any spiders. Doesn't matter what kind they are. Luckily, my son is not afraid of spiders, so he'll take care of that. Had a really typical interaction for us. I remember that when they were younger, where my daughter was just screaming, there's a spider, and she ran away, and my son was like, there's a spider, and he ran towards it and went like, now it's missing a leg. I'm like, okay, both reactions are a bit extreme, but yeah, that's there. Kill it. Oh dear. Yeah, the coconut crabs, yeah, they're gigantic. They look like giant spiders. Experience with a spider was finding a brown recluse in my shoe. That says melt your flesh. Okay, that doesn't sound great. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's always what I think about. Like, if you know that, how can you ever put on shoes from now on? Isn't it like every time you put on shoes, you're gonna be like, there could be a flesh melting spider in that pair of shoes. So I'm just gonna wear. Don't forget my brake. I missed the brake. Damn it, missed my brake. And yep, yeah, we'll just park out here, and we'll continue afterwards. Sorry, I missed the break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining on this silly topics while laying tracks and designing stuff. See you in 2 minutes. All right, I'm back, and damn, there's a lot of activity in chat here. Good to see that. He's going to spread radar coverage on his rails everywhere, and then somebody will show him how having a radar reveal and an otherwise dead chunk keeps it active. Yeah, I know that. I don't care about this part, but I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have radar coverage anywhere where that's where I have something going on, so I can endure or survive by having it not everywhere. Ta-da! The train is now ready to go. Oops, cannot insert. Just take it out. Take it out. Yay! Good stuff. There is no sacred path, so... Is the final goal 1 million signs per hour? Yes, it is. But the thing is, I'm setting such a lofty goal that I don't know if I'll ever make it. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. And it just means that we will use this base for keep building bigger and bigger, and we won't run out of things. We won't run out of things to do. That does not work. Okay, and this one will be idle. Super idle for a long time. Run, run, run. See ya, Becca. Oh, Becca, you are right. Ready to going to wander. Yep. Be careful about the spiders in your boots. Or whatever you're wearing, since it's summer at your end. Oh, I forgot something. This one also has to be out here. But how long does it have to be? Won't you eventually reach a consumption rate where you spend all your time setting up new mining outposts as you're exhausting your ones? Nope, I don't think so. The resources are pretty rich, and I'll get better and better productivity. Right now I don't have it, but eventually I will. This one we determined was the right size. How can I thought this was fixed so that you could actually take it even without fog of war. See, this is the kind of thing that bothers me when not having it there. And that one, right? So this is the length we need. Ah, see, okay, so it does stamp down here. And like that. And we'll probably take it a bit closer. So this one. Is there any point at all not making this double lined everywhere? No. I just like it up here. But it's really important, and by the way, I know that this is not correct. Boop. Right. Because this one has to be red until it can go all the way in. This one also has to be red until it can go all the way in. So this one has to be upgraded. There. So you can't go. Thank you, Jeff. And these two are here because there's nothing more on this location. That means here we are going to get that's the one. Yep. Oh, no. Now, the thing is, like, and this is completely corrected moderation by Jeff. One person should not take up a disproportionate amount of the chat space and attention from the streamer. That's it's fine to be curious and engaging and stuff, but it should not feel like a one-on-one conversation where have to answer the same questions again and again. Oh yeah, this is really weird. Look at that. You actually have like a sphere around it where it displays. And it's going to be number 123. And this one will be called Lab. First, I'm actually going to steal this one. That one. And I will call this Lab, and then Inbox, and then autosave. Oh yeah, we're playing locally today. 8 sciences? Oh, right. Why do I have 8 sciences? Sciences. It did feel wrong what I did, but you know, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Shadow Tech, you can just do mods. There we go. Thank you, Jeff. Wow, you're just rocking that moderation there. Yeah, it is quite clear that we need more mods, more sort of active mods. And I love the work that the mods do, but I've been having a few streams now where I've been desperate for mods, and that means more mods. That doesn't mean more responsibility on the existing mods, because they're already doing a lot. There, and these will just be other science things. That one, nope. And we don't know, just a question mark here. How the hell do we figure out exactly where the other one's going to be? Do you need mods or people who know the commands? The people who know when to do a timeout and a ban and to help answer the questions. Yes, like the part where you were replying, yes, somewhere near Copenhagen. That's something that you know the limit of what I'm going to share, and you can answer that question for me. That's kind of thing. Hey, Jilroen. How are you doing? I'd love to mod for you, but frankly, I'm too lazy and don't want to. Yeah, okay, then I wouldn't really say that you qualify. You're not the best candidate. I'll put you up for consideration, and if I reach out to you and go like, you're my best bet, then you should be worried. Like, is this correct or is that correct? I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7. It's only 36, right? Still working for a tender, and you, a tender, isn't a tender the wagon right behind the locomotive that has coal on it? Is that the one you're working for? Harry Peter, road sickness. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. I'm just doing it to find the right distance. 36. But I've decided that. So I don't want those road sickness yet. Absolutely not. 36, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, that not 12 of 30. This is 12 of 30. Then it's like 13 of 30. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. All right. I just wanted to make sure that I had like the right size. there, right? Because what if I build this one here and put a train here and the trains are not aligned, right? Because I don't think they are. If I put a train here, this is definitely not aligned. I think that one actually belongs here. Right, it looks like it's one tile off. It is. Kind of sounds to me like some sort of grant. Yes, and you can tender an RFQ or an RFI or an RF something. No, Grundig, that's actually not correct because there are 6 tiles plus 1 for the intersection, so they are actually repeating in patterns of 7. But I think that anything multiplied by 7 should be, yeah, it's not good. It is actually. I know, German. I know. I've been doing RFIs, RFQs, RFP. What else? RF somethings. I like tender my resignation. I thought the other one was more fun. But all right. We'll be correct. I'm working as an SAP consultant. All right. Well, I used to like you. You should always open with that. Otherwise, people might start liking you. See if there's a response to that. So if I look at this is actually beyond the station, right? This is... Question is if I put it here and then do that one. They're going to be one tile off, right? He probably left. Yeah, I guess the only way you would think SAP is cool is because you just look at your paycheck at the end of the month. If you're a consultant, even more so, then yeah. The one tile tragedy. Yes, the one tile tragedy of train stations. Yes, but I did it before. I mean, look. Okay, so here, my little test setup. This setup worked flawlessly. Don't know how, but it did work flawlessly. I could set one up here. There. That's a long reach, by the way. This one is perfect with that one. So somehow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it's an odd number of trains and wagons, then it gives an even number here. Yep, that's it. But why does it fit for this one? Because my test setup has an odd number. Yes, indeed. Okay, that's it. Scrap everything. We're going to have an odd number of wagons. All right. Oh, no. That means we have to go back and figure out if the whole thing is ruined now. Because it very well might be. Oh, it's not. It's not, though. I can copy it to here, and then we'll test it. I'll take one of these things. It's not a problem. Yes, it is a problem. It's a gigantic problem. Because this one has to be like this. Because these two inner ones have to be exactly on either side of a wagon. Otherwise it doesn't work. Because if I look at this, yeah, I know it's not working there, and but in honesty, it actually only is important for this one. So it's only important for the top one. So I have to match this one towards matching it on the top, not matching the middle towards the one I already have. Because that is... Yes. Okay, so it's going to be one slide to... Okay. Like that. None of this. So this is where I wanted to make it ideally, but I can't. It has to be there. And then this one's going to be fine. This one's not going to be fine. Ah, the tragedy of Darth Tile. Have you heard the story of the tragedy of Darth Tile? Oh yes. 648.7 is the solution. I don't think that's anything remotely close to a solution. Oh. Yeah, it's not the story that we would tell you. Hey, Frolic and Llama, thank you for the 7 months for the
welcome home.
748.7 would be fine. Why would that be fine? It's an odd. It has to be an odd number. I have about 200 hours this month. Oh, that must be nice. 200 hours of billable hours. That must be really nice, children. What if the central space becomes 2? Then it doesn't fit with this one. You can see here, it has to fit exactly in here, and that is definitely not going to change. So this is the one we have to figure out. I don't have a lot of strings here. This is the problem. So I'm going to need to find this one. And also sales bonus. Must be nice. Do the undergrounds near the trains have to line up exactly with the undergrounds near the labs? Yes, they do. Just showed you. They have to go in. If you're thinking of something like... then I would say we spent too long on the other thing just to go, alright, well, that's just the wobbly there. I think there are other options though. Oh yeah, there's a really good point here. I think Matt, you got a good point on that one. No, that was, who was it? Astratus, I think the issue is really that now I've locked myself in and said that has to be the center, but does it? What if it's still like this and it's like so? This one outputs on... yeah, there's no way for me to... then I'd have to do... I could do that. That would be the same, and then I have it here. Give up. Start again from burner phrase. Oh, okay. Hello, Riyadh. So I might have missed it. Do you need a chest on the left side for unloading? Left side of unloading. Yes, I do, because I need to make sure this one goes in on the right hand side, that goes in on this side. So this one has to go in on the other side. It's two different sciences. Yeah, limited chest. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But not right now. So I think this works. Because now I can shift the whole thing one tile over and it will still work. Alright, do we see any problems with this? Now let's move it over here again and just gauge. So now I would want to have it like this. And that means if all the other stations are exactly like these, going, but they're not. They're going to be either one left or one right. So there'll have to be one back. Okay, that's still okay, I think. No buffer. The belt is the buffer. I think that's kind of how we settle it. So this one is now going ever so slightly left. That means this one, oops, yeah. So you can see this versus that one is one tile further to the right. Hey, Asian Clown, big builds are the best builds. Absolutely. Absolutely. I hope you're enjoying it. I am. That means every other one will not be exactly above this. Ah, this one is just junk. I need to look at this one. So this one will not be exactly above, but it'll be one tile over. Like so. This one will be exactly here. And this one will be slide one over. And this one will also be slide one over. And that means this one will still be where it should be, and that means everything reaches. Good. How much science? I don't know. 48 times 8,000. 384,000 science. That's pretty good. And they'll leave about every 45 minutes. Now I'm just putting it out there, saying like, hey, this is going to be a central location for everything we build. And so we'll probably be spending a lot of time looking at this location. So, you know, if anyone is interested in having like their brand displayed right there, that'd be an interesting place. Open for, up for grabs at least. So this is the one. And it tiles. And this one is not working. Pretty good. It is true that if you have an odd number of locomotives on each end, you should be able to align the stations so that the wagons line exactly line up. Okay. Subbed again and payment went through, but still not showing up. Oh, Madku, sometimes it just takes a while for those to pop up. Thank you. Get a preemptive thank you. I'll give you a thank you again in just a bit if it comes up. Sometimes it does. Well, oftentimes it does. All right. So I think I like this. Do you like it? I like it. I like it a lot, honestly. I think this is super nice. Probably one of my better builds. Okay, so we are going to get some more trains. Might need to refresh stream after a while. Oh, I don't have a train. Okay. Yeah, I also like. Yeah, Jeff, we just didn't want to disagree with you, but you're definitely not correct on this one. Not definitely, but I don't think you're correct on this one. It has to be an odd number. Doesn't matter about the thing. Hey, there we go, Matku. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. And let's summon a train with lots of inserters. You have no inserters, so I think I'll take the other one. Oh, hold on. Shouldn't I be... yeah, let's do it right for once. Here. This one should change the name to Assembler. Whoop. Once I do that, I can summon trains more easily. I can summon that one. Go. That's how it works. And now we're waiting. The Fox Council is a sick name. What? Do we have a Fox Council? Oh, that was this one before? Okay. That one will also change the name. I know, I'm not a big fan of these random generated names. We just kind of gotten used to it, but... yeah. Go away for 3 weeks and holy crap, this space is getting big. 3 weeks? Your square is boxed in. There you go. Boop. But let's see it. There. Oh, it's very much boxed in. Very much. But you're nice, safe and sound. If the monsters start attacking you, then the base, then they'll get to you last. Where is it? Stupid train. Oh, I see. We have someone's back. A hype train? Nope. Don't seem to get have a hype train. It's been less of that of late. What are we missing? Nice mount. Where did you put mine? Ah, Donny. Yes, I put yours in a prominent position. Look at that. Red signs. Donny, you're taking care of the red signs for us with a nice square. So if you want more, you can just kind of plenty of space to expand, right? I thought that was a good place. I think a lot of people sort of want to hug the old base, but I think it's much more interesting to go out here and tap some of the new locations. I mean, this one would be interesting because we're going to come back to this one again and again and again. So I think that would be interesting. Why is it not coming in? Oh, it is. It's just pretty far away. Oh. Splendid. I think we're going to need a lot of undergrounds. I think we might need some substations, yes. And I think we need, nope. And I think we need all of these. All right, let's go. Substations and undergrounds. Hey, Quebec Hummel, thank you for joining. See you in the VOD. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of undergrounds we use for this design. That's a lot of undergrounds. And we also don't have any of these left. What I'm going to do in the meantime, I'm going to send you home. Boop. And then I'm going to click this one and find that one. There you go. That's how you do it. So we continue out here, build some stuff we can. So good. And what about... and refueling, we'll figure it out. How much for a huge blue SAP logo? That's going to be expensive. It's going to be very expensive for a huge blue SAP logo because I know what SAP costs. I have been in many furious fights with SAP consultants. The worst example of the worst SAP consultant, the one who... Oh, I'm going to tell you a little story, Julian, about one of my run-ins with a SAP consultant. So there was this one of the classical SAP consultants, one of those about €500 an hour partner types that come from Waldorf and being flown in, but only when they have time, and we could only get them like really So he was like a big shot, and yeah, and he was coming in to assess some of stuff, and he was presenting to our senior management after, again, run over, and they couldn't do. And my team, who was supposed to be maintaining it and building it, we were like, we don't want that shit. It's not gonna work. It's a piece of shit. It's gonna cost 10 times as much as they promise. We don't want it. And I had a operations research battle with one of their specialists who ended up looking a bit like an idiot afterwards. And but then he came in and he was like, oh, okay. So he was doing a presentation, and then we worked from this lean startup concept that I'd introduced with a minimum viable product, and he kept calling it minimum valuable product. Like, so you want to deliver to us a minimum valuable product? Well, at least you're honest for once. So that's and halfway through that, just one of the directors, he was just like, I don't need to listen to this. I'm out. And he just left the meeting. And someone else was like, all right. Then suddenly it was just like our CIO and me and my boss, and like, you know what? Fuck it. There's no reason to be here anymore, because we don't want you. But all the people, all the business people who you were supposed to convince, they left the meeting because they didn't want to listen to this shit anymore. It was so we managed to kick out SAP for the good of the company. Hello, Cyclops. That would have been an absolute disaster. Not that it wasn't a disaster anyway, but it would have been way more expensive disaster. It's a bad consultant, yes. But the thing is, like, he was so confident, he was so arrogant that he was infallible, and he was the big shot, and like this little teeny tiny business, they're complaining. All right, I'll go in and just roll them over, and when I'm done with them, they'll be paying me triple. And that was like his attitude, and it just, he did not connect well with the management of that company for sure, because they're more like, let's say, pragmatic in approach. They were not business educated, so they just didn't want to listen to his bullshit. They called it for what it was. It was very interesting. And now, at the end of the day, who knows if it would have been better with SAP? Oh, well, okay, anyone knows that. I just love the idea of delivering a minimum valuable product. Yeah, absolute. The least valuable product we can get away with. That's the business. First things first, please do more of the quick snips videos. Just flying by was actually pretty cool. It's a nice snip for us to enjoy. Thank you. Oh, by support, absolutely, as a consultant, it's totally correct, absolutely. But at some point, you've got your ego stroked so many times that you know you are the best, and then you stop listening. But the thing is, like, yeah, it's interesting. It was frustrating, right? It's super frustrating working with consultants like that, because you know that they're super powerful, and you know that there's this bias in a company that if the company that hires these consultants have to justify to themselves and the board of directors that they are so valuable, that they're spending so much money on those consultants. So when they come in and say like, the sky is blue, the earth is round, you kind of have to go like, oh my God, this is brand new information, because otherwise you have to accept that you just paid a lot of money for someone coming in spouting common knowledge. And that's not great. So I've also worked as a consultant, and sometimes I think one of the tricks to being a consultant is you come in, you start listening, you start getting, and then the stuff the organization knows, if you give it back to the management, like it's suddenly like profound new information. No, it's not. The whole organization knew it, but you weren't listening when your own employees tried to say it cautiously, because first of all, they don't dare say it because of the repercussions. Second of all, you don't listen. So you only listen when some random comes in, interviews your employers, and then goes back and makes a fancy PowerPoint presenting what everyone else knows. That's why people hate consultants, because they're not adding anything. They just say what everyone knows. Yep, but they say in a fancy PowerPoint. So that's I think we need more undergrounds. Except we don't need this one to be underground. Can save a few. There's no reason to have undergrounds. It's not like the good old days when undergrounds performed better. Oh, and here as well. I'm just making this build way more expensive. Third party said it makes it better than your own expert saying it. That makes me so furious. Yes, but it's very, very true. Sometimes you just, it's basically as a management consultant, not as a known consultant. So there's also the difference. Like if you're an SAP consultant, as in you know the system, then you must be conducting lots of virgin sacrifices and all the other things to make that shit work. But if you do that, kudos to you. That's impressive to make it work. But it's the management consultants. I am allergic to management consultants. I know that there's a large value to management consultants when doing it right, and I've been working as a management consultant as well. But the majority of it is just spouting just jargon and not really much else. And we'll take all of these out. A long time ago, in a job far, far away, our company was looking into converting our client to SAP until they realized just one license for Access was going to cost about $15,000 US. And well, that's nothing. I don't think you can buy anything in SAP for that puny amount of money. Well, Grundig, if I'm working in also has a problem with the salespeople from SAP. Yeah, I don't want to be hopping on particularly on SAP. It's just SAP they have the same sort of aura of magic around like good old IBM in the old days. No one ever got fired for choosing IBM, as the old saying went, but that's kind of how it is for SAP these days. And it's just not true. It's just it just being what I have a problem with is that it becomes like a default where, okay, we need a few more things here to build this. All right, time to get stuff going. It becomes something like, oh, this is a really difficult search. We have to replace our old ERP system or TMS, WMS, or any other system, and then becomes like, this is so complicated. We need to do specifications. We don't know how our business process works. We don't know what we want in a business process. We have every single department screaming different needs. We don't know how to do. SAP comes in and says they can do all of it. Lots of other Fortune 500 companies, or whatever the equivalent is, have purchased SAP. So if I go SAP and it doesn't work, then I can at least go, well, it was the industry standard. But if you go for that small upcoming thing, and it doesn't work, then you as a CIO or whoever makes the decision are out. But if you choose SAP and it doesn't work out, well, that's not necessarily your fault. So it's a very safe thing to do. I think that in that's more so in Europe than in US. I think in US that could be something like JD Edwards or something else. JD, that could be Oracle, IBM, perhaps, or more. Yeah. So nothing compares to the dependency to Microsoft. I know. I'd actually rather be tied in with Microsoft. And now we're talking in a I can't remember what the new CIO is, who's not new at all, but he's freaking brilliant. Yeah, Oracle. Oracle is the same, right? It's like when you have those industry standards, then it just becomes the safe bet to go with that. HR buzzwords, then consultants buzzwords. I mean, dude, yeah, Satya Nadella. Yeah, that's the guy. HR buzzwords, yes, but the whole thing, like HR, human resources. I mean, that's how me as a Factorio player would deal with humans in a game. That's like, all right, there's resources. You just burn through them. Like human resources. That's what you have in Darkest Dungeon. You have human resources. Those are the ones you send into the dungeons. They will get stressed. Some will die, but you will achieve your goal. That's human resources. Yeah, they can rename it all they want, but it's the same thing. Yeah, he's the CEO. Yes, yeah, CIO is kind of an irrelevant title in an IT company. Yeah, but I think my Darkest Dungeon analogy, because it's not exactly like, I mean, I try to keep my dupes alive in Oxygen Not Included, and I'm sad if I lose one, and I'm also sad if I lose one in Darkest Dungeon. But ultimately, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew that more meat to the grinder is basically the philosophy, and that's, yeah, that's how a lot of HRs sees it as well. See, I was arguing in our last call that removing 5 days of vacation you can take any time and replacing it with 3 days fixed rate vacation is better for us. Oh yeah, that's a classic. But that is also a test. Like imagine I could see something like that as a test of I mean maybe he's just an asshole, right? But it could also be a test of just going something that is obviously mathematically wrong and then stating it and just any questions, and then you just wait for someone to go like, yeah, I mean, it's not the same. It's actually worse. Okay, thank you. All you other idiots, you have to tell me when I'm wrong, because that's what you're here for. Yes, Cyclops, you are here. That one is your new one, because I wanted to put it next to the other ones from you. And I think we'll get some of these. 100. Sure. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and forth with this a few times to build our. Exactly what I was thinking. I knew that. This is a bit of a flaw in the design. This part where it always stops from the new train coming in. Yeah, call centers are absolute the pinnacle of HR. Yeah, but the call centers you have you have low trained. It's easy to train new people, so it is just meat to the grinder. It's low skill, low wage, generally. So they're also being treated like shit. Usually, if a company is smart, they know that like your engineers, your architects, your senior developers, you need them more than they need you. Are you a programmer? Nope, but I've been working with programmers for all my career. Used to run a call center. Used to run a call center. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I took over a Polish support team. So in Denmark, you outsource things to Poland because that's cheap. And I took it over because I was tired of the Danish people just kicking it off to Poland, all the shitty tasks and all the sort of menial tasks and stuff. And I was just like, no. If I'm responsible for the product, then I want to be responsible for all of that. So I asked to be allowed to take it over, and we took it over, and then we just changed it so that it wasn't like, there wasn't a hierarchy difference. It was just their second line, the Danish are third line, and then start mixing and matching. Because I just hated that with like, it's such a Danish thing, and it's probably like a Western European thing, that you have this perception that Polish people are stupid because they have a lower wage. And it just makes you, because you're insecure about your job, then you can start being a bit sort of pocket racist. Like, just like, oh yeah, well, those Polish guys, and they're just, like, no. Just because the wage level in Poland is lower does not make them stupid. Quite the contrary. Having supporters in Denmark, yeah, they're probably not very good. Because you wouldn't work as a supporter in Denmark if you could get any job you wanted. So the people who are stuck doing support, IT support, are probably, hopefully, on their way up in their careers, or they've stagnated and been supporting for 15 years. Then they probably shouldn't talk bad about someone else about their work ethics. Yeah, so that's it was very interesting, and it was quite clear that my Polish team were just so much harder working, so much more skilled. Obviously, lazy Danes. Yeah, that's interesting, Peppo. That's interesting. Damn. Yep, it's gonna take a while. Countries are overwhelmingly winning in the programming competitions as well. Oh yeah. The thing is, like, when I was recruiting programmers, engineers, architects, test managers, specifically test managers, they are godsend, and they are very rare to find a good one. Anyway, the main problem in Denmark wasn't actually the salary. It was mainly the fact that the market in Denmark is so small. It's unbelievably small. Working in Copenhagen, there's just not a lot of resources available. And if you just work a bit outside of Copenhagen, you don't get a lot of high quality applicants. So you end up choosing some worse candidates because you just don't have a very good choice. And that was actually the biggest problem of recruiting in Denmark. And of course, when you found someone who were like outrageous salaries. Teleworking, it wasn't a thing back then. I mean, back then, it's 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But it wasn't a thing. I mean, it worked fine. I had, my team was consisting, let me see, my department, which was covering Europe, I had someone from France and Spain and UK and a couple from Holland, from Belgium. Then I had my whole team, 20 people in Poland, 17 in Poland. Then I had one in US who was also working on the European solutions for unknown reasons. So it was like, we could easily telework. Oh, it takes a while. But it was just like, there's also an advantage to getting someone to sit next to you. But the point was that the value of someone sitting next to me as the manager is mainly a value for me and not for the person working, while the person I hire sitting next to the developers as a test manager is way more valuable, hence much more valuable to hire them in Poland than in the Danish office. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, Jeff, does this bother you? That they're still yellow? I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. No, you don't. And that was a new sub. Ouija, thank you for the 4 months. Oh, also a few of these. And I'll send you back. There. Also, take a break. Yes, let's take a break. And then get more of this insanity build. I'm so happy that we're making this. I am hoping that it works. One team was permanently hiring new ones and could not fill the positions, and the manager in India had 40 candidates who were ready to get to work. Yeah. But that's, I think there's also, as a Western company, it is very easy to hire someone. The cultural difference between Denmark and Poland is significantly less than it is between Denmark and India. And you gotta respect that. So taking your collaborative flat hierarchy, every idea up in the air and we'll discuss it, and bringing it to an outsourced offshore Indian subcontractor development partner, it's not going to work brilliantly just right off the bat. Not brilliant. It might take a bit of getting used to on all sides. Anyway, break time. All right, this is a monstrosity we're building. I hope it's going to work. We'll see in about 1,000 hours or something. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. I thought it was just a brown recluse spider crawling on me, but no, it was just my hippie hair. I think I'm gonna be rocking the Joe Exotic look soon. Sorry. Let's see. Let's go. But my first beacons yesterday, exciting. Ooh, first beacons. How the science setup would be doubled for full. I'll just build 2 of them. It's just 2 of them, just 2. I just need to go up here and tag this one and then get some more inbound. Let's see. We're probably running out of things here as well. So, get in here. There will be 2 science builds per science and a single lab. Yes, the thing is, like, okay, so the reason why I'm doing it the way I'm doing here is I think that if I have to build if I have to build the whole thing, that means it's going to take twice as long before it even gets up and running, and then we might see some fundamental issues with it. If I build it half size, it's still Megabase scale, and it's pretty impressive building 8,000. And then if we do that and it works and we're good and it's awesome, and then we can say, oh, but this bottleneck that we did not anticipate, like the trains or the unloading or the updates or anything like that, then we can start looking at those and then improve it to sort of build the double up, right? That's the intention. Yes. Yeah, it's 8,300 and something. Right. Right. So it's Sunday. It is Sunday indeed. Sunday usually there's a lot of resubs, but not. It's been a bit less of those today. Maybe everyone who is resubbed is already. Did I just bring in the wrong train? Yeah, I did bring the wrong train. I'm an idiot. At least I can take these. Wrong train.
New subscriber
Off you go.
arrives.
Hey, Acorn, thank you for the Twitch Prime.
Determination.
Welcome. That's the one, right? That's the one we were looking for. Oh yeah, let's just build some of these things. Nope. I had a Prime, but I don't use Twitch. Oh, that's nice of you. Just to burn your Prime here. Have I ever done it on Team Run? Yes, I am. It's on YouTube. 100% run. Live delivered by Spidertron? Yeah, we could do that. That could actually. Except first I need one of the Spidertrons. Where's the other one? Oh, you're here. So first I need to, unfortunately, bring it all the way over to me so that it can be set up the request, and then I have to bring it back again to actually fulfill the request. There. Quite a few undergrounds. Oh, right, and PJGR, you also ask a good question. Bad question. Bad PJGR. Did I limit my boxes? You know well, full well that I did not do that. You knew it. Thank you. What? What am I running into? Bumping into a train. There's gotta be something in the way all the time. Kinda knew it. Yeah, of course you did. You know me. There you go. Down, down, down. Whee, more stuff. I have no idea how much I'm missing, but it's still a lot of stuff we're missing. Why though is, oh wow, I'm also missing substations. Okay, does not look like I'm missing. All right, so lots and lots of undergrounds, beacons, modules, and labs, and then also substations. That's what we're missing. Cool. I think I'm going to go with this train back to base and just grab some things there. And go back. And just as I do that, this Spidertron comes in. Don't forget that the unplaced beacons will need even more speed modules. Oh, yeah. We'll get to that. I hope. You could retrofit with better legs, yeah. But I don't know. Don't care. It ends up being like takes an hour when you get started on those kind of things, and then it doesn't really feel like it's worth it right now. I really want to get on with this. 60% speed. How did you go? The current legs are plus 30 to plus 50. So if I have 3 legs, then it's going from plus 90 to plus 150. Remember the hype train. I don't know how I can remember a hype train. Hype train is not something I can do anything about. Just in case you know, you've not hooked up the red signs to your new lab facility. You've not hooked up the red signs. I have not hooked up the red signs. What do you mean I have not hooked up my red signs? I do feel that I have. What am I missing? And 100 of these? They're not really being built fast enough. Oops. How many do I have? Oh, what a pathetic amount. Nom 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 nom. Just begging for scraps here. Alright, good night, Donnie. Time to hit the pillar. Thank you for joining. I only turn the fact that I still run at 60. That would also been possible before. It hasn't really changed much. Yep, huffing and puffing. I mean, the performance is better, but it's not right now. You would be able to tell that it's better because this is not really anything. Let's see. I can't get more than this. 91. Yeah, let's go. Just checking if there's something. There's some of these conversations now going on in chat that I think I'll just stay out of. So, yeah, new topic. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I released a short shorts video. I don't know if anyone can remember, but a couple of weeks ago I've been asking about whether I should try to do some shorts, because I knew that the next Spiff video would be about shorts, because I had actually seen that shorts have an absolutely insane reach on YouTube. Yeah. So I knew that was coming because I've been following Legal Eagle, and he went from just going like, well, 5,000 subs and like per month, maybe 10,000 to 100,000 subs per month, and insane views as well. So, and he did that. Of course, there's a part with the whole January and being a lawyer and interested in constitutional law, pretty relevant, but still also the fact that he really started just cranking out the shorts. And I've been thinking, like, there's a lot of things that in the games we do that, like, let's say the 1 minute, the 1 module per minute build. It's a pretty cool thing, and I did a little time lapse of it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really warrant a 10-minute video, and it doesn't really warrant a 20-minute video, but it does kind of should have some kind of attention. And I'm actually thinking a lot of Factorio content, a lot of Dyson Sphere content, a lot of Satisfactory content could actually work really well as shorts. Basically, mainly as either post-stream of just going like, look at the cool thing we built yesterday on stream. Hey, come on over to the stream and look how awesome things we built. Or, like, for example, if we get this one, wouldn't that be pretty cool to show this? For example, would be more cool if it actually works. Right, so those are the kind of things that you could just do a short video that's basically just going like, this is pretty cool. My only sort of concern with it is the fact that if people go like, oh, there's a new Nilos video, yay, and then go like, oh, it's 40, yeah, 40 seconds, not 40 minutes. That's the one thing that I'm sort of, that's the one thing I know that is a really disadvantage, is that you think that you're going to be leaning back, all right, cool. Yeah. All right, Riyadh, thank you for joining. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that because I just don't have. If I had a, what would be interesting is that if I'd had an, like, have an editor whose job would be to find cool things in the video here and then go like, be like, let's do a short on that one. Like, all right, let's do a short on that one. Here's the save games, just set it up, roll it out, and just make a little short. That would be super cool. But I'm not at that position to do that. But that's kind of where I feel that shorts would really excel. Basically, like all the headshots from the previous stream for the big streamers and on that one, right? But I'm not going to be managing another one. Hey, Jeroen, thank you for the 500 bits. Maybe with some layouts of your builds, so a time lapse in the beginning to a running factory. Exactly, that's the kind of thing that I want to do as well. Like exactly that. We didn't need any of these. Oh, we needed some substations. So it would be I mean, if people could sort of get used to the fact that, all right, if it says shorts on the thumbnail and you're watching it on normal views, then on normal YouTube, then it's a short video, so don't expect that much. Yeah. Factory cleanup. Yeah, I don't know. It could be anything, right? The idea is that I can understand if some people are going to be absolutely hating it because they thought they would get a full video and then all they got was 40 seconds or 50 seconds of something. So step out. Here's to watch your DSP Let's Play. Thank you for that, Stretch. Your red science train at your science facility missing 2 wagons. Your red science train at your science facility is missing 2 wagons. Oh, right. This one? Yeah. Four. Let's go back and get some more. Do you self-edit your videos? Yes, I do. So I spend the majority of my time on. Yeah, but there's no point in asking Spiderton to go back and pick up something if I'm going back myself, and I have nothing else to do than stand here and wait. So I might as well go back and wait for and bring more stuff in, because right now what we're missing is primarily the modules. Right? Sorry, the labs here, and also a bit of beacons and modules down here. Oh, awesome. That one is linking into this one. Oh man, feels so weird on a Sunday, which is usually like the main day of Factorio. Also missing a whole lot of undergrounds. Still missing a whole lot of undergrounds. Yeah, this is a very underground heavy. Yeah, ton of undergrounds. Yeah, Saturday usually like the best day. But I guess I don't know. Yeah, next week we're going to be doing a lot of Dyson Sphere program and Factorio continuing the series. You have long reach? Yes, I did. Are you continuing the Factorio through Megabase recap? Look like a 7-day release cycle. Yes, I am. I didn't do it last week, which is kind of also the essence of why I just had to do something different, because I couldn't cope with, I was falling behind on all the stuff, and then I had to prioritize, and then of course I prioritized the stuff that's most popular, which is the Dyson Sphere program, instead of the video that isn't really performing very well. And you're the first person who has actually noticed that it wasn't there, or at least mentioned that it wasn't there. So I'd like to do it, but I'd also like to do it a bit different one. I don't know. I don't know how I would do it, but I'd like to do something. Like, for example, right now I think we have a new design here that's really neat. Really proud of it. Oh, it's actually already built the 100. Can I get more then? Ah, 43. Nice. Go. And maybe I should have gotten some more of these. Oh, 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 oh. Manual. Can you do this? Sure. Oh, it's only 700 en route. That's not good. Oh, because someone's been, yeah. Kind of understandable. They fixed it so you can actually do enter again. I was amazed at how cool that design was. Thank you. What? Where are we going? That one. There has to be a way to fix things, stop it from stopping the main train. Well, in this case, it was good. It gave me like an option for just stopping before heading out. So it worked really, really, really well. I am super happy about this. I'm really, really happy. And I'm also like, this is, it's kind of funny. Like I spent 4 hours on designing and building a single lab layout, and that's the content I do. While, let's say, other Factorio content creators can do 2 speedruns in that time. Yeah, but I built a science lab. Yeah, that's what I did. Schedule below. It doesn't mention this as one of your main games. Oh yeah, that's true. I haven't edited in a long time. It's also something like I've recently became full time, or other crap like that. But you're absolutely right. It's one of the million billion things that I need to update. I am behind on everything at this point, and I'm just focusing on the content creation. Focusing on the content creation, and then just all the other stuff around it will just have to be. I mean, I haven't reported my taxes yet. That's how much behind I am on things that I should be doing. So, updating my bio on Twitch is. I'm hoping that I'll do my taxes before I do that. It's by the 1st of March, I think I have to report them. And so, and I haven't done anything yet. Like, I don't know how much money I made last year, and I don't know how much taxes I owe, because it's probably a lot. So, yeah. Yeah, so there are a lot of small things here and there that I'm just behind on. Alright, so now we're actually done with the underground now, it seems. Maybe. Not quite. Almost. So more labs. How many labs do we think we need? Alright, so that's good. Now we just need more. There. We'll take these, and then we'll go back and get some more. Set a construction planner to filter entity ghosts. Ah, good point. You're a clever one, aren't you? It's almost done. Ooh. $57. All right. That is valuable information. Let's request 57 of these. That's the only thing we miss. Plus, of course, enough modules to put in. And then that's it. That's it. Alaric, am I done with it? No, I'm not done. I think that I had a one that's called Final Factory, which I thought would be my last one, and that was season 32, and I'm on season. This is season 49, so clearly saying this will be my farewell tour is only a marketing ploy, like I don't know, Rolling Stones final tour or something. Keep going until I get carried out. Might need a few substations. Using productivity mode, that means you are consuming more than 1 million. Nope. It is not more than 1 million. It's consuming it, but it's outputting more science, but it's not consuming more. Yeah, it'll produce 1.2 science, but it'll consume 1 million science. Consume 1 million science and output, or science flask, or whatever you want to call them. Half hour left. How many milkshakes you drink? Really? Okay, so what do we have here? I have substations for the last side. We only have that. Alright, so what do we... Hey, Luke! Oh, wow. 17 months. Been sitting on this all evening? Yeah, we're not requesting 1,000. Oh, we are requesting 1,000. Damn it. There, 200. And then it should be 200 here. Right? Yeah, I think so. Nope. Wrong one. Oh, it just popped up. Okay. Yeah, this one 200 as well. And come back. So we got the 57 here. And we got that corresponding. So let's head out. There's a lot of trains back and forth, but I guess, I mean, at least we can train it. So what should be the next thing we build after this? I think the next thing is obviously going to be green science. The question is just, well, I'm going to have to build it over here-ish. Right? Yeah. You know, at the start of the stream, right before I started it, I was, your mining direct to trains are set to move from station 1 to 2 set by an item count. Do you have a plan for when the miners go dry? Then I'll notice that they're not moving and then I'll fix it. Yeah. So, green science, I think we can start afterwards for the last 30 minutes to go back and see if we can design the green science for us. I think we can. I hope. This one's also doing way too much science. Like this, if we look at it, it should be like 10,000 science. Yeah, 10,800, way too high. But you know, that just means it's running out at some point. Cool. Last ones. And over here as well, let's see. What is that? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There. Okay, that's it. That's the science. Can we check what it does? I don't know if this works. Do you plan to build shared green ship facilities or just have dedicated everything per science? Dedicated everything per science, because I don't, for this build, no cross trains except for my PAX trains. It's the only trains that are allowed to. Is this beautiful or is it beautiful? Did I told you this is what I wanted to build. 8,333 repeating. Damn, I'm so happy about it. This could not be better designed. Totally worth it. 3 hours of design and build. More worthy of a short, not really. But it would be a clip. Clip worthy, yes. Short worthy, not really. Hey, XXRXTX and refueling trains. Oh yeah. Hey, Warren, thank you for the 500. Woohoo! Is it time? Is it 2 out of 4 now? Or 2 out of 5? Hey, Jeroen, thank you for the 500. And yeah.
A generous bestowal.
So when we were starting, when I was just doing my sort of, I don't know, preamble, my warm up, then there were like four subs right in a row, and I was like, don't sub, we don't want an early hype train. Boy, did I regret that greed there. Damn, this is good.
A generous bestowal.
Hello, Jeroen, for another 500. Doesn't trigger. It needs to be other people helping on this. It can't be yourself as much as you want. Hey, Marcus, thank you for the 10 months.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And thank you, PDTR, also joining in with a bit of a encouragement. So for any of you who are donating for sort of a ticket to potential hype train, use the hype emote. Use the hype emoji. I mean, Jeff has been slaving over that for hours upon hours. So the automated robot dog. Thank you for the 500 bits. Yeah, I think that makes sense to use that for sort of like. That's a many minutes making. I know, many minutes. Like an incredible amount of nanoseconds he spent doing it. Like unbelievable amount of nanoseconds. Yeah, so I mean, like, if you want to indicate like, hey, is this going to be a live train? Then use the emote. I think that's what it's for. Like the gift sub emote is also not really being used much, despite all the beautiful gift subs. All right, so at least we got it activated. Let's see if it leaves the station. Yeah, you have to be a sub to do that. Hey, Julian, now it works again. You're certainly putting in the lead there for that one. There you go. That one, Luke. That's the Miss Timony made that one. All right, so while I'm just anxiously looking at that 46%, seeing if it goes up or down, hopefully more up than down, then, oh, wow. Let's start on the sort of the initial design. Can even go both ways, so double-headed. Hey, Luke, thank you for 5 gift subs. It is now officially a hype train. Sweet. I can also take this up and use this as our test ground again.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Wow, robot's not doing anything. Oh, they're gone. Where did they go? Oh, there they went. Oops. Hey, Veronia, thank you for the 200 bits and XXRXTX. I love that name. At first it's difficult, but now it's XXRXTX. Easy. Just rolls off the tongue. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Sweet.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Now, see, now it works, Luke. Now you can work some of the gift subs.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
HF, horizontal flip. Whoa, Juran, spending some of those. See, okay, so now, thank you for the 1,000 bit. Now I'm like, if someone comes in and goes like, hey, I just sold a lot of drugs. Here's a donation. I'm like, oh, did I feel bad about receiving those? Because I know where it comes from. It comes from drug dealer. Like, oh yeah, I just stabbed someone and took his wallet. And I go like, here's the bloody credit card. Here's some donation. I kind of feel like, how would I feel about it? And then an SAP consultant comes in and goes like, hey, I just did some SAP for someone and comes in and goes, and this is the money for it. I don't know. It kind of feels the same way, doesn't it? Kind of feels the same way. It's like money is money, but
You have returned.
I'm teasing you. Or am I? You should never have said it. I moved in a cardboard box for the hype train. Yep, that's right. And thank you, Mandy Dax. Welcome back for the 2 months. Good to see that I managed to convince you to come back for another month. I stole this from a senile 95-year-old woman by telling her I was a Microsoft tech support. Enjoy. I mean, I think that you'll spend it better than she would anyway. I mean, you did. You just spent it like there. See more of the dirty money. Wow, thank you, Julian. 10 gift subs. I think are you doing the stuff that you did the other time when you just... Yeah, so there was a stream here. Julian decided wanted 2 level 4, wanted both of them on a level 4. That was pretty crazy. And now maybe 2 level 2s are you going for? Somebody stop that man.
A new subscriber arrived.
I'm a sucker for a hype train. Oh, I thank you, Mandy. I don't notice you there. But I'm also a sucker for hype trains, not gonna lie. It's such a cool feature.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
And we sort of integrate into something fun here in the community. Whoa, Tuke, thank you for also gifting 5 subs. 81 subs. I was just feeling like, yeah, Tuke, you've been gifting a lot of subs. 81 subs.
Praise the sun.
That's a lot. And to all of you who have gotten a sub, either from Duke or Jiren or Tuke, you can now use your emotes.
We are building an army.
No, Afro, keep that bus command out. Build a bus. How's DSP been treating you? Oh, it's been absolutely crazy. And there's not going to be any denying it. Bashray666, thank you for the Twitch Prime.
Come, steal yourself.
Mr. Cabbage, Saint Cabbage. I want my square near the mall. Okay, I'll show myself out now. Well, who knows if you're gonna get it? Who knows?
Our illustrious champion returns.
Wow.
Home.
Thank you so much, Saint Cabbage. It's just... That's level 3. And Sephiroth with 1500. Woof.
You have returned.
But you can buy the flip emote for channel points. Ooh. Can you also just unlock a random one? It sure would suck if you got sniped. Yeah, but I don't think there's a lot of people who are throwing that kind of money around.
Building an army.
I mean, there are, but not like that. Spaniel Ears, thank you for gifting us up, from Tuke. Really appreciate it. It's so nice of you. Just being sort of called out with a sub, and you're just watching away, listening casually, slowly falling asleep, and then someone gives you a sub. How rude.
Building an army.
A random sum at 5k to unlock a specific one. Oh, that's nice. For one day.
Our modest fellowship expands.
What? Stockholm syndrome? What does Cyclops say? Here's so many of you dupes that you reward him. I mean, he's just trying to not make me kill the next one. Yeah, I mean, there is no doubt that when there is a mod for... or when it's possible to rename star systems in Dyson Sphere program, I'm going to name the systems after the Masters of the Path, and I'm going to name the planets after the Templars of the Path. And I think it's going to be absolutely amazing, because just look at that. We're going to warp over to the
magnanimous dispensation.
Absolutely. We're going to warp over to the St. Cabbage star system. I mean, that sounds so good, right? So that's definitely something I really want to add. That's going to be my... When I start over, if nothing else, I'll just shout at people until someone makes a mod so I can rename systems and planets. Can you kill a planet? Nope, it's a system.
Expands.
And thank you, Pacific General, for the 200 bits. Okay, let me just casually just
Gesture.
troll away on one of these. We can just hack this one while enjoying that magnificent hype train. Names it after you. Sure, find a way. Yes. I think there's a mod. I was actually looking for one today. Not that I want to add it, because then... Yeah, the reason why I don't want to add mods generally is because I get so many questions for the one mod I have that I know it's just going to triple it. Like, oh, why is your Icarus purple? Why do you... And I don't really want that. I want the vanilla experience predominantly. We are going to just take a little snippet of this one. A snippet of love. There. Star map extension claims rename star, pin star. Oh, okay. Cool. It says nothing about planets. I mean, still, I'm pretty sure that any of our aspiring mod makers could whip something up. I know maybe we can even ask... I was about to do that. Even ask Stinoshko. He's been wanting to do some mod making. And with the virus over, then he should have plenty of time. Okay, that was a bit of a stretch. This one changes to... Ooh, Luke! Oh, sneaky, sneaky! 6 more gift subs. That puts you in the lead, doesn't it? Yes, it does. With 11 gift subs. Thank you so much, Luke, for the 11 in total. 6 more gift subs here. Let's see it update. Let's see it update on the Hype Train Conductor.
It fills you with determination.
Oh no. Does it not update? Oh no. Oh, it did update. Ah, yeah. I thought it was maybe like yours were just... Oh, okay, well. Never mind that. Oh no. 94%. Oh no. 94%. 94%. Can we make it? How much is it? How much is it? 2 subs on 900 bits. Can we make it in the last 20 seconds? No.
Welcome home.
Hey Warren, there we go. 900. We did. Level 4. Amazing.
Our modest fellowship expands.
I can't remember how to do copy.
Praise the sub.
Copy, paste, copy, paste. Oh, there we go. Wow, hey Warren, thank you for the 2 gift subs, and Jeff, thank you for 900 bits, and Jeroen for 2 bits, 2 subs more. And that was like, yeah, okay, well that's certainly consolidated with 22 gift subs. Woo. Yeah, he really wants that square. Yes.
A new subscriber.
I'd be calmer.
Come, steal yourself.
Be calmer if Gunsel was traveling into St. Cabbage star system to bounce off a planet, run out of energy, and forget to reload fuel. What? Then St. Cabbage would have killed Icarus. Well, maybe.
Returns.
Well, they might actually add something where you can actually die in the game. I think that's an excellent idea for things they just took completely out. The whole set of mechanics that just go like, we can add that later. All the stuff about health and damage and enemies and flying into suns and black holes. We'll do that later. I think that's a good choice from an early access perspective.
A new subscriber.
Lord Foxy 666 for the 3 months. Jam and Cheese with 200 bits. And Vilemeister with a gift sub.
A new subscriber.
And then Julian just throws another 15. Oh, it's all those dirty SAP money. Thank you so much. That is very, very generous of you. 37 subs gifted.
Welcome back.
Hit blocks for buildings while sailing into the dead. Yes, please. I think I'll pass on that one. Yeah, so this is also one of the bigger hype trains in terms of sort of sizes. So if you want some of those rare frog emotes, then oh, that's not it. Those frog emotes are level 5, but I don't know what level 4 emotes are. Oh, Julian, BD Ford with 200 bits. Thank you.
Your steadfast
and Jeroen with 1500 bits more. Are you just sneaking up on those 10k? And Vichu, thank you for also gifting a gift sub. I think that you just want to go like, yeah, you want to be part of it. Of course you want to be part of it. It's cool to be part of it. All the cool guys, all the cool people are hang out in the hype train. And it's a level 5.
Come, steal yourself. We are building
Whoa,
an army.
Dizem, thank you so much. 10,400 bits. So the whole stream has been absolutely quiet, and then it goes insane for the last 20 minutes. all that pent up reserve that just waited for an oh my god, that here is all over the place. This is Bob Ross style. Lonefells gifting a sub. Decent, that is crazy. You just
a generous bestowal.
Was it St. Cabbage getting a bit too cocky with the when stating where he wanted his square? Maybe. And thank you, Lonefells, for also gifting a sub here. So we have Decent with the 10k bits, and I feel so bad sniping people. Yeah, that's you can. I mean, it depends on if you want your square or you just want to show your appreciation. Hey, Matt Cool, thank you for also gifting us up. Yeah, so now it's a level 5 hype train. So now if you want one of those rare level 5 emotes, that's your chance. There are not a lot of level 5 hype trains around.
Welcome back. Your
I should see how this one is producing.
Greatly appreciated.
That's enough. That is enough. It works. This is enough for all of what we need. So it's actually just building this one and then done. Except Mandy Dax, thank you for 200 bits more, and RXXRXDX with another 1,000. You don't have to be sorry. I wasn't the one who got sniped. Ah, no. Yeah, Cyclops. Emote, please. Absolutely.
Expands. Praise the sub.
25 seconds left, so if anyone wants to snipe, it better be now, because it usually just suddenly runs out.
A new subscriber.
I think there's being a snipe there. That's a snipe. Good thing I didn't cancel a bit early. Meschevsky with one gift up, and then where Julian? Yes, there it is. 10,000 bits. I guess you wanted that one. Woo, snipes the snipe. Yeah. Sorry, DSIM and St. Cabbage, but we all had a feeling that Julian wanted this one pretty bad. Well, congratulations, Julian. You managed to score 2 more level 5 hype trains. I think that might actually put you in the lead here. Oh yeah, chunks. You get 30. You get to. Yeah, you beat Timbo. You just got into level position 1. Woo. Wow, thank you everyone. That was insane. Well done, sir. Yes, absolutely well done.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with
50 chunks. Blame Timbo for the wreckage awesomeness. Absolutely. So, Julian, where do you want them? We put them up here before because it was just like somewhere. This is kind of where I'm doing the design work. So if you want to like consolidate your area here, I would always prefer to sort of someone keeps their domain around the same place, but you can put it wherever you want.
Praise the sub.
Like below maybe, so taking some more of the space that I'm doing design in.
A new subscriber arrives.
Toot toot. Yeah, that would be fine. Toot toot. Toot toot. Where do we say toot toot? Is that Dutch? Toot toot.
A new subscriber arrives.
Let's see if it works here.
Determination.
Germany. It's Finnish.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is
no caps lock. It just came out as hyperspace, I guess. Oh, it doesn't recognize anymore. Or what?
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building.
It is the same one, but it doesn't auto. How does it not? Oh, it's with a capital J. There we go. Capital J on this one as well.
Come, steal yourself. We are building.
Yeah, now you're with a capital in this setup. And there.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
All right. Well, that's definitely something. And the situation is, Julian is number 1.
Gesture.
Whew. Yeah, nice. Absolutely. And it's just 2 streams where you just absolutely man. And I think also Blue is winning now. Yeah, Blue is winning. You and Castor
Endowment.
have been pulling away from the cyan. Number 7 with 1 hype train. What?
Welcome
Yes.
back.
Number 7 with 1
Your
hype train. Yep.
steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Where am I? You're not like close to the bottom. I can't find it.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Just take my dirty money. All right, I will. I'll use them for good. I'll take your ill-gotten goods and I'll turn it into something beautiful. Like food for the kids. They like food a lot. There we go. 16, Cyclops. 16. 16. There's a search function. Yeah, but I figured that... oh, it still has retains number. Oof, that's nice. Well done. Well done. Whoever coded that is a... I don't know, a prince among thieves? I don't know.
A kind gesture.
Number 1 is 4 districts. Yeah, that's a big chunk.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Oh, wow. Oh, I was like, that's a weird sound that doesn't fit in here. Oh, that's welcome. Thank you for the raid. We are just working our way through the events of the last hype train. So, Mr. Anti-Elites, if you are here. So what did you achieve in your stream today? Then I'll compare it with what I have achieved in my stream. And we can see the difference in playstyle. Oh, that was 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it was 10 minutes ago. Probably completely missed it. Yeah, that's all right. I missed it as well. They were kind of busy at that time.
Dispensation.
Yep, that was another magnanimous dispensation. Yeah. Yeah, so probably did a Death World. Speaking of different, yeah, I love that. I love that. This is also like someone recently said, why don't you just do some speedruns to steal some viewers? I'm like, no, first of all, I wouldn't be stealing viewers by competing on something I'm very bad at. And second of all, I think it's really healthy for the community that we are not all doing the same thing, that we have different styles, so that if you want to watch someone play really fast and effective, then you want Nephrons and Anti. And if you want to watch someone slowly design some 500,000 science deposit thing here with direct train insertion for 3 hours, then this is it. And talk about SAP and management at the same time. And what else we've been going at. So we've already designed this one for next time. That's pretty cool. Domain rates do not trigger in chat anytime anymore sometimes. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's true. Otherwise, I think I would have caught it. Let me just scroll down and see how long it... yeah, it doesn't come up on my list. Oh, there we go. Yes, it does. It does come up on my list. 7 minutes ago. Right, so this is actually... I noticed a viewer spike, but due to the hype, I got trained. Oh, yeah. And just got a new Death World World record speedrun. Cool, that is amazing. That is... I think it's... Speedruns are, for me, not so interesting. I mean, I learned a lot of things, but now I'm like, okay, well, now I can't tell the difference between one speedrun and the next. But a Death World speedrun, now that's a different kind of impressive, because it's... I mean, I'm assuming that it's not like hyper tweaked to something where you just crazily abuse a choke point, because at that point then you kind of diminish some of the difficulty of it, right? Yeah, but a viewer spike with due to rates are just that, due to rates. I think we are going to... No, it doesn't make sense. Time for you to get ready to work. That's so crazy, PJGR, that you're going to work at this point. But then, I hope you don't know. Yeah, I didn't notice we were rated either. I don't think you really noticed that. I do not want any of these anymore, so get those out. We built our science facility for the next very, very long time. We don't need more. Let's just yell at the signs and figure. Oh yeah, steel is really bad. Is there any way we could bump up steel for this one? I guess we could. Yep, I just did that. I mean, it's not really a good stream if we didn't do some blatant robot abuse here. Whoa! Whoa! More robot abuse. I don't have to work during the day tomorrow at least. Perfect to end with some abuse. Yes, absolutely. Right. Yeah, you take care out there, PJGR. I know the feeling of just being... yeah. Very much enjoyed the chat tonight. It was like our old school Wednesday night streams, but with 500 people. Wednesday nights? Or Friday nights, right? Wednesday night, what was it on Wednesday nights? Oh, when we played Darkest Dungeon or something. Yeah, it was a good time. Yeah, those were the times with 30 people. That's the crazy thing, right? That's the crazy thing that there's obviously more engagement in chat with 300 people than with 30 people. But it's not 10 times as much. Obviously we would also be overwhelmed, but it is still somewhat manageable, and I can keep up with most of what's going on in chat. I'm not always able to, or not always responding to everything, but why are my robots not helping? Fly, my minions. Because these are not the ones that are active right now. Yeah, it's not proportional, but it's super good. Super good. Oh, there we go. Maybe not upgrade inserter. Oh, I upgraded inserters, damn it. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Oops. I'm just actually gonna re-downgrade all this area. Okay. Yes. This part is correct to be faster, but all this crap in here. And not this crap though. Whoop. All this crap. Yes. But all of these, they should be slower. And I know it doesn't make a difference to make these blue belts, but I just don't want to look at anything that's not blue anymore. Right. Yeah, it is true, and I'm kind of... I think we got some kind of that experience with when I played a bit of God of War, and I really want to play God of War again, but there's just... To be engaged in Factorio and Tier then Dark Souls, God of War. Is it? But then maybe... The thing with Darkest Dungeon is that it's because it's turn-based, you can just take a break when you want, right? Unfortunately, I can't play Darkest Dungeon anymore because I have 7 copyright claims on YouTube for Darkest Dungeon because they just don't have their shit in order with the music, and that is such a disgrace. And it's something that just I'm not sure I even want to go into Darkest Dungeon 2 because it's just too risky to if they don't have control of their in-game sound. I'm keep getting no Badma, no. I keep getting those copyright claims for 2-3 year old videos, and there's just nothing safe about it, right? So don't like that. But anyway, we haven't even heard an announcement for Darkest Dungeon, so let's see about it. Anyway, we are done for tonight. What a weird evening. Like, what a crazy end to the week. So thank you everyone who's been joining for the stream, for all that good stuff. I am going to try these shorts a bit more, so I'm really listening to feedback, so give it also if your feedback is like, but I'm really listening to feedback on how it works. Good night, sleep well with drug money. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'll try to I'll just comfort myself that now it cannot be spent on more evil stuff. So now it's only going to be, it's my duty to spend it on good things like beer and food for the kids and taxes, like sexy things like that. Yeah, thanks everyone. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna play Valheim. Not really think so. Anyway, thank you everyone for joining. It's been awesome, and thank you very much for all your support and your generosity. And next week we're gonna go start up tomorrow with some Dyson Sphere, and then it alternate Dyson Sphere and Factorio as you know it all next week. Take care. Good night, and as always, stay effective.